Hello, hello. Greetings, Earthlings. Welcome to a transmission from another world. You are watching How to Rock Astrology. Nice to see you. My name is Dustin Cormier, and today we will be experiencing more Pluto transiting to the planets. It's very nice to see you all. I should get a Pluto in here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, okay. I already got that one. That's cool. So I don't need this guy. So it's nice to see you all, and it's nice to be seen by you all. Today we are going to continue the journey we've been moving through of discussing our lonely little planet Pluto. And I'm just now setting up my YouTube Live because for some reason XSplit is making me sign in all the time. Let's see if this can get our chat going up here. So we've already got some folks here. Hello, brown skin lady. Who else do we got here? Hello, Tay. Hello, Toxica. Nice to see ya. So it's a pleasure to be hanging out with you guys. Of course, today is a live stream. If you are watching and you are hanging out, then you will be able to do exactly what's going on. Now, of course, I'm getting an important message. Story of my life. I'm writing a book right now. Hi there, Mike Bailey. Nice to see you. I'm writing a book and I'm doing it through Fiverr. And I've got to deal with that at some point after this video. So if you are watching, I am Dustin Cormier. And yes, we're going to do some Pluto transits today, as we have been commonly doing. And eventually, you guys will be able to see my free ebook. That's currently what I'm working on right now. I've been writing for a long time, and I'm now finally starting to get my stuff out there. As well, you can subscribe to my website, and you can check out, through doing that, you can see all the stuff that I produce as it comes along. As well, we're also doing what you would call memberships. So if you felt like it, you can be somebody who gets these cool, fancy emojis, such as this little Pluto that I just put in the chat box. You can also do the sun by doing SOL, and you can also do the moon by doing Luna. And I think we might have Mars in there too. Yeah. So if you can see those in the chat box, these are examples of the types of emojis that you can use by being a member on the channel. Right now it's just to support me in the work that I've been doing, so I can continue doing what I do here. But eventually we're going to have members-only videos, members-only live streams, where only the members will be able to put their birth time in and do these live streams. For now, though, I'm enjoying just going easy, giving everybody a chance to be a part of it. We'll always do some free live streams where everybody gets a chance to have a free reading like this. It's part of what I'm doing here. I think it's good karma for an astrologer to do free readings. Plus, I get seen. You guys get to see what I'm doing. You guys, it's a good way for me to teach. And I'm feeling pretty darn chipper at this present time. I have a few fun things happening in my life. I've got some festivals that I'm going to volunteer at, which is cool. I'm not yanking my own chain here. I'm Mr. Volunteer. I get a free ticket to these festivals. One of them is called Mariposa, a big festival in Canada. And another one's this cool yoga festival called Boomy Festival that's happening around my area. I'm going to go volunteer, lift some stuff around for a couple hours, and then hang out with some yoga people. So I'm excited for that. My life feels like it's in bloom. And I would say probably one of the reasons that I'm so happy-chappy at this present moment in my life is that Pluto is moving through the sign of Aquarius. And of course, I'll have to change this. I don't know if you guys are used to seeing the South Indian chart, but you guys usually see me showing the round wheel. This is my chart. I'm a Leo rising. And we can see here that my Saturn is at the very first degrees of Aquarius. And ever since the Pluto has been moving through Aquarius, it's really been kicking my ass, all things considered. Shaking a lot, moving a lot in my life, forcing me to not be what I was before I started becoming what I am. What's been really big about me lately, I'll give a little bit of this before we start doing, thanks Brown Skin Lady and thanks Toxica. Just a quick word about Pluto and Aquarius. Aquarius vibes with the 11th house. It is a sign, I would say, Eduardo, that I have the North Node in the 12th house. It depends on how you look at it. Let's see, where's my 12th cusp fall? Yeah, my 12th cusp falls at 8 degrees Cancer. So I've definitely South Node in the 12th house. But even for me, I'm a whole sign house person. So no matter what, my South Node being in Cancer, Cancer's the 12th sign from Leo. So I'm definitely into South Node in the 12th, which feels very me. I'm going to put my little Pluto here. Right over here in that 7th house. Yeah, I definitely feel I'm Chironian. I believe that I am somebody who has Chiron in Leo and has to deal with all things related to Chiron in Leo. I'm somebody who's out here, and sometimes I kind of got to push myself to be out here on camera and say, hi, everybody, I'm Dustin. I'm doing this thing. And, for a long time, it's funny because I've got Chiron. Maybe, I wonder if you meant the influence of Pluto opposite my Chiron. No, you probably, Mike, you probably just meant Chiron being close to my ascendant. But, this shows you how deep and how interconnected astrology can be. You see, I'm Leo rising. I have Saturn at 1 degree of Aquarius. And I have Chiron, it doesn't show it here, but my Chiron's at about 6 degrees of Leo. So Pluto is about it's like about 3 or 4 degrees of Aquarius right now. So it's really within like 2 or 3 degrees of my Chiron. So we could say there's Chiron opposite, natal Chiron opposite transiting Pluto for me right now. We could say there's Pluto transiting conjunct my Saturn. Now, obviously, natally for me, I'm working through having Chiron in the 1st house opposite Saturn in my 7th house. And they're really a pretty tight opposition. So, for me, one of the parts of my whole narrative is, oh, how sweet. It looks like Tay just gave me a sweet little donation. Thank you, Tay. How very nice of you to give me that little tip. I gotta get my things going on here. So what you can know about me is that I am somebody who, it's taken me a long time to come into a place in my life where I feel happy with who I am. And I'm going to give you guys a real key to what's going on with Pluto and Aquarius for all of us. It's always important to see how my own experience might be filtering the context, or, I'm seeing it through my lens, but maybe not everybody's going to have that same lens. But I think this is a really key aspect of Aquarius in general. They say it has to do with psychology. It really has a lot to do with psychological compensation. At that later end of the zodiac, when you get towards really Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, the first part of the zodiac, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. A lot of this stuff is a very internal process. It's an internal process that we experience outwardly. That's what I meant to say. So we come out into the world through the Aries, through Virgo. And the karma we work out is kind of outside. Now, when you get to Libra, obviously, Aries is on top and it's me. It's where the sun dawns. Libra is where the sun sets. And technically, when you kind of think about it, the sun setting means the sun is going down and under the earth. And so it's when the sun goes down and under the earth, we're kind of working outside in the world, but we're really dealing with things inside. Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces is very much, while things are going on in the outer world, you're really working internal stuff by that external karma. And so Aquarius is getting to the end of the zodiac, and you're really dealing with this square, this fixed air sign that is going to deal with psychological complexes. You're dealing with how you feel in comparison to other people, and what are the roots that have caused you to feel the way that you feel. That's what Aquarius is strongly all about. Now, what a lot of us feel is, you might not realize that you're carrying it. I've carried it a lot, and especially because I've got what I've got going on in my chart. Anyone with planets or significant things happening while in Aquarius or Leo or the squares or even the trines, while Pluto's moving through Aquarius, you're going to hear me say this all the time, that Pluto moves around, and wherever it visits, we haven't experienced Pluto in that place for 250 solar years, because that's basically how long it takes for Pluto to go around the zodiac. So it takes us that long for Pluto to move all the way around. And so we're going to the bathroom in this thing that we haven't dealt with for so long. We've been holding it in. Now Pluto's moving through my 7th house. And there's this compensation complex that Pluto was working through for all of us, especially if you have planets there. For me, to wrap it up, I was working with my dad recently. I've got all sorts of fun dad karma in my chart. And one of the things that came through for me while I was working with my father, it was tough. He's a hard ass. He's a tough dude. My mother and my father were both people who, they split up when I was in grade 2. And so me being a reflector in human design, me being a very sensitive child, a middle child, I really thought that the family was kind of falling apart and there's something I should be able to do with it. I got to hold it all together. And I felt really guilty and kind of abandoned in these kinds of things. Truth be told, though, my mother, God bless her heart, she really put in a lot of work to make sure that our family didn't split up. She gave my father his respect, never talked bad about my father. She just didn't dig him anymore, but still kept him in our lives. And they did pretty good for that. So it's the best it could have been, but it was still painful for me to live with a mother and a father who, the two of them weren't really loved by their parents. It's a generational trauma. They found each other and tried to, I don't love myself. I don't feel loved by my family, by my parents. So I'm going to try and fill in that gap with somebody else. Maybe if I have kids with this person, surely to God, I'll feel better about myself in this gap, in this hole inside of myself. And they did it. They had kids. And later on, they felt and they realized, oh, actually, that didn't really fill the hole. And so then they started living vicariously through their kids in some ways. Now, this is me being this is the shit that I've been going through lately with Pluto and Aquarius going over my Saturn. And moving through it, what I've realized is that a lot of what Dustin Cormier is me trying to say to everybody, look at me. Look at me. Look how special I am. Look how valid I am. And it's me, I'm compensating, you know, a lot of the jobs I've had, a lot of the things I've done in my life. Hi, Dual Set. Nice to see you. A lot of the things I've done in my life is me trying to compensate for not feeling valid in my father's eyes. You know, hi, Sasha. I'm glad to hear you can relate. It works two ways usually, and it's going to work different for men and women. For guys, it tends to be this way. You've got the the 10th house validation and the 4th house validation. So for me being a guy, how it kind of can work, this is something I'm still digesting. I counsel people, I counsel women. I have a lot of women in my life who I'm very blessed to be close to. And I'm a reflector in human design, so I try to see how it all happens. But what I'm picking up on, at least I can definitely speak for my own gender, how it tends to work, is a man who is trying to compensate for a lack of support and faith from their father. You know, I'm this weird astrology guy who's multi-religious, and I think in ways that my dad just doesn't get. Still, honestly, though, he does support me. But he's this guy who has always worked really hard. He's got his big, strong muscles, and he shows them off. He's had trouble with women in his life. He's insecure. You know, his dad didn't really... my story is his story. He's actually a great dude, but his dad just didn't get it. And so my father had this long hair. And he's a construction worker. He used to go on jobs and he tells all the time, I'm working with these Italian guys and they're speaking Italian and they're laughing. I can see them pointing and laughing at me. It looks like a girl, you know? And so I'd show them by working harder than any of them. My dad's a fucking crazy hard worker. He's got Pluto and Uranus in Virgo. And he's got Mars and Venus there, which is an interesting thing. It's part of why he's what he is. Very impatient, pained dude. And, you know, so he works his ass off, works super hard, and he has to show everybody that he's something. He's always very loud. He wore leathers. Like, my rock star thing comes from my father. He wore leather pants and these big furry coats, and was really strong. He had gold chains, and no one would ever touch him because he's a strong guy. All these sorts of glass cannon things. You know, he's a beautiful glittering glass cannon, but his ego is just could fall apart and get really angry and make a show out of it. And I am that man's child, let me tell you what, you know. But especially earlier in my life, I'd never really noticed it until recently. Pluto's been moving through Aquarius, and I've been digesting all this shit. And my dad has this look at me. And how he did it is having a very strong work ethic, you know, and he's a Christian guy. Like, he hasn't kept his money from his kids or his ex-wife, my mother. He's given so much to all of us. But a lot of it is coming from, like, you know, I could see this guy working sometimes, and he's just brittly just showing everybody that he's valuable. And it's ambition. It's what I call Hollywood blood. You guys are going to hear me talk about it through my channel at some point. I'm watching my time. We still got to do our reading here. And I appreciate you guys listening to me go through this. But we're going to start doing some reading soon. But it's Hollywood blood. You don't know how many actors, athletes, and athletes, rock stars, people who get famous, and they're not famous because their parents loved them and supported them, and now their cup is over brimming with joy for their personal creative expression. They're doing it because I want to show dad that I'm not a piece of shit. I want to show mom that I'm not a piece of shit. And they go out and they be a rock star, they be a high athlete, and they push their bodies, and Hollywood gets the camera on them, and everyone gets the bag, out of this person trying to show themselves to everybody. And their nervous system is kind of left holding the bag. A lot of people who get famous by allowing the Hollywood vampires to suck their blood because they have a compensation complex. They've got to be somebody. And that gets them to do some great things a lot of the time. But ultimately, a lot of people who Hollywood launches out there are not happy. It's because they're trying to build a social mirror. They're trying to construct a million eyes that are looking at them and saying, you must be happy. Look at all the people looking at you. Look at all the people wishing they were you. You must be happy. And the person says, yes, I must be happy. And they're inside, that's all just this compensation complex. Because the root of their appreciation is not coming from what they are. It's coming from what they do. I think my dad has Scorpio moon in the Navamsha, but no, not much Scorpio going on in my parents. My parents both have Saturn in Capricorn. I've got a very Capricorn family. And so it's this thing of show up, work hard, and don't suck, and be somebody. And Hollywood blood, the vampires all suck that up through Hollywood. And you can see it in all our famous people and a lot of our movies. It's the American dream. You can be somebody if you just work hard and don't suck and roll up your shoulders and keep showing up on the job and, keep making those capitalists money, and you might be somebody someday. There's a funny story of capitalism. Like, capitalism is just run by this shit. There's this story of this guy. So there's these people out front of this factory. And they're all working hard, and they're all basically wage slaves. And they've got their lunch boxes, and they come to this factory, and they're standing outside the factory. And one day, they're all waiting to come in. And one day, usually it's the people inside that lets them in, but no one could do it that day, so the boss decides to show up. And I've got to turn the key and open the door and let everybody into the factory. So everyone's waiting in this big lineup. And it's just 5 minutes before the bell. The boss comes in with his nice fancy car. He's got this Rolls Royce. And it's super special and amazing. And he drives it in and gets out of his car. And everyone's like, wow, who's that? Is that the boss? Wow, look how successful he is. He comes out and he's rolling his keys in his fingers. He says, hello, everybody. Yes, I can see you're all impressed by the car. That's right. It's really quite special, I know. But you know what? Let me tell you right now, you're in the American dream, folks. If you work hard, you come to my company, you're never late, and you put in a little extra sauce, you might even be able to climb the ladder a little bit, if I see that you're a good worker and you're going to do very well. You keep showing up for me, and you keep working hard for my company. Someday, I might be able to buy another one of these. So keep working. Move out of the way, I got to open the door. Get to work. The American dream. You can make me more rich. And that Hollywood blood gets sucked out from everybody if you let it, if you don't realize it. By working with my father recently, I realized that I had a lot to prove to him and to show to him. And what started to come through my brain is, where does that come from? Why am I like that? And it's because he was like that. And so I'm coming into this real generational trauma breaking by where am I compensating? Now, I want to finish this just so we can start rocking and rolling. For guys compensate with career ambition when they don't have support from their father. And they compensate with emotional ambition when they don't have love from their mother. These are the guys who go to raves, who go to festivals, who are the ones bringing the MDMA. And we're going to go to this rave festival, and I'm going to have the best drugs, and all the girls are going to want to hang with me. I can work 3 jobs, McDonald's, Tim Hortons. My career doesn't matter. What matters is that I get enough money. I can go to that factory, grind my life away, and instead of saving money, and instead of having a humble, earnest, amicable life that's calm, where I'm saving for a rainy day, and I'm thinking about developing a deeper relationship with a real partner. Instead of doing all that, I'm taking all my money, going to festivals, and having an emotional experience with many people. Getting into emotional triangles, being deeply romantic with this person, and then tying this person into my romantic aura as well. And all of this makes me feel the things I never felt by not being loved by my mother. that's the feminine side of the psyche compensating. And then the male side of the psyche is this career thing. Now, it might be flipped for women. I'm not too sure about that. It might be that women who lack love from their father are slightly different in that way. They might compensate by trying to have an emotional experience with men. And then when they're not loved from their mother, they have to show the world that I can be a woman and do things in my career. I digress. Get their son from parents rising. Huh. No, my mom is just to answer Eduardo. My mom is Sagittarius rising. My dad is Aries rising. Now Robin Scott is Libra rising. All very interesting. Now we got to rock and roll here, folks. We're already a half an hour in. But I should say thank you to everybody for letting me unfurl this spiel. Definitely lasted a little longer than I thought it would. But I'm developing this narrative, and I appreciate having this platform to develop this narrative through. So now we're just about a half an hour in. I think I lost some viewers by going on that spiel there. So let's get started here, everybody. And let's start doing readings so that everybody feels like they're getting what they came here for. Dual set. I studied from Ryan Kirkzak. I have a teacher, and having a teacher has really been an important part of me. It's been how I got to where I'm at. Get a good teacher, one who knows their stuff. I did an online course with a gentleman named Ryan Kirkzak. His lessons are called Asheville Vedic Astrology. You can find it on Google, and he does it through Teachable. Now, brown skin lady, I can see you're putting in your birth time. Everybody get your birth time ready, because we are about to do our first reading today. Now, keep in mind, when you're doing these readings, remember, we're doing a Pluto reading today. We're talking about Pluto transiting the planets. So I'm going to try to look for folks who have got something going on with Aquarius, who have got planets there, or who've got planets in Leo, or in the squares, so we can talk a little bit about what Pluto going through the chart might be like. Even if you're somebody who just has Aquarius, it's going to be in a house. You could have something going on with Saturn. So we'll see how that goes. Now, don't put in your birth time yet. What we're going to do, everybody, is there's going to be a point where I say, okay, go, and then we're going to go. You guys have already started. So what the heck? We've already got 2 birth times in there. Brown skin lady, Emerald K, 2. You can just keep your birth times there. For everybody else, it's okay. Put your birth times in, everybody. Throw your birth times in. Throw your birth date and your birthplace. Now is the time for us to be ready to do our astrology reading for today. Sasha's got Moon and Saturn there in Aquarius, so you're going to probably vibe with a lot of what I've talked about. Having the Moon there with Saturn is a tricky one for sure. 1991 as well, the same year as I'm born. Hello, Nancy Ray. Everybody throw your birth time in. Now's the time. Try to only do it once. Emerald, I got you. Try to only throw in your birth time once. You can't throw it in more than once because then it messes me up when I'm going through the list. Rose is 97. Jana. Keep on throwing them in there. Just throwing them in there, everybody. This is going to be our first reading for the day. Now, I'm going to give everybody a minute to catch up. So as everybody who's joining now, you can see we've got our birth times in here. We're about to choose a person. Now, keep in mind that when you do a reading like this, I am, as we can see in my chart, I am very Scorpio. I've got Mars, Pluto, and Sun all conjunct in the sign of Scorpio. And I like to say, my intention is not to drag your skeletons out of the closet. I got you, Midori. Thanks for correcting there. My intention is not to drag your skeletons out of the closet. But while we're digging through your soul, we might bump some knobby bones around, and we might hear some rattling. But, you know, when I do so, you don't have to speak to anything that you don't want to speak to. We're only here to go as deep as you feel like going. And so don't feel when I talk about anything. Drag them out, eh? When I go into this place, don't feel like you're obliged. You know, this is a public forum. That's the reason why I'm saying this. You know, this has gone well. I haven't had any problems. Some people even bare their hearts. You can go as deep as you want to. I'll go there with you. But you don't have to go deeper than you want to. That's basically what I'm saying here. We're here to learn about astrology and to do some healing. And it takes going deep to do some healing. But Pluto can trigger things in a public forum that you might feel bad about doing. And if anything ever happens, you can always email me and say, I actually don't feel about that. I don't feel good about that being public, and I'll just take the video off. I usually take the videos off anyway. Good. All right, everybody. So if you're watching, what does Pluto really do? Yeah, Pluto's considered to be like Shiva the Destroyer by Ernst, by other people. Basically, Pluto is the furthest of the 10 classical planets. I mean, there's the 7 classical planets, and then there's the trans-Saturnians, which is Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Pluto is the furthest and heaviest from them. So you got to think each one of these is a agent of transformation. What transformation is that you hold what you are for a long time. Transformation has to come by being something and then being obliterated by forces that make you not that thing anymore. Now, if a planet moves very fast, then it's always changing anyway. Like Mercury is the closest planet to the sun. It's always changing signs. So it's like, yeah, you know, for all of us, when Mercury changes, adaptation is natural. It's not so crazy. Pluto is the furthest planet. So, you know, if you've been living at a house for 1 year and you're forced to move, it's not a big deal. But if you've been living at a house for 20 years and now something happens where you have to move, it's like, oh my God, I've been in this house for 20 years. That's such a huge chunk of my life. I remember so much. I was born in this house, etc., etc. You've been that way for much longer, which means when it moves, it's much more transformative. That's Pluto. Pluto's the longest one, the longest agent, which takes the longest to change, and therefore when it does change, you feel it the most, right? So let's take a quick peek here at, I'm going to do this way. Let's choose a name here now, everybody. I've teased you guys long enough. We've got, let's see, the generalist. I can see you up there, so maybe hopefully the generalist is still here. You're the first person to put your time in. And then from there, we're going to go pretty much... I might start from the bottom and go up this time. Awesome. Nice to see you, the generalist. Before I start, everybody, I'd like to remind everybody that if you're enjoying this and you want to support me with what I'm doing, feel free to join the membership. And you can put some fun little personal emojis into the chat like this. So we're going to go from the bottom, which I think is Spring Ezelgroth. And we're going to go up. And I'm going to pick a number. We got about 17 people here, 18 people. Let's say a fancy number like... I usually like going in the 30s. I'm going to go with 33. 33 is an interesting mystical number. We're going to start with Spring Ezelgroth on the bottom. And we're going to go up. So we're picking a number now, everybody. Let's begin by going up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. It looks like I landed on Midori Ikeda. Midori Ikeda from Valenzuela, from the Philippines. Sorry, E, you just missed us, but that's thanks for throwing in your time. I didn't count you because I just started counting just as soon as you came in. Usually these readings last for about 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes longer. Now, our friend Midori Ikeda. Ah, yes, Midori. It's nice to see that you're here. Nice to see that you are ready for a reading. So, congratulations, Midori Ikeda. You have been our first contestant for our Plutonian reading today. So, let's get rolling, folks, so everybody's got a little bit of a chance. I already took a huge chunk of time at the beginning. Maybe I'll still try to squeeze 3 of these in here. You know, I have the intention to really keep it. I want to squeeze it into Pluto and Aquarius. Let's see if we can get as many people in today as possible. We'll see how it goes. It's hard for me not to go deep. So, Midori Ikeda, my friend, do me a favor. Most times when I do these readings, I'm Venus Atmakaraka. Venus is a very important part of my energy field. So it's often useful for me to know what your pronouns are, if you feel like sharing them, and only if you feel like sharing them. If you are a woman or a man or anything in between, let me know. And let me know if you feel like sharing, if you are somebody who would typically share your sexual orientation. If you're straight, if you're gay or bisexual, it'll really help me to align with what kind of energies you're seeking to align with in the chart. So you're born at 1:17 p.m. It's June 1st, 1980. June 1st. Happy birthday. You must have just recently had your birthday. 1980 at 13:17. You're straight and you are a woman. Wonderful. And you're from the Philippines. Now, what was that place that you said you were from? Valenzuela. 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 Rizal seems to be where that's at. July would be 7th, yeah. So June 1st, 1980, 1:17 p.m. in Valenzuela, Rizal, the Philippines. Oh dear, you're right. You are so very much on a cusp. Okay, Midori. So, Midori, have you ever had a reading before? Let me know if you've ever had a reading before. And gosh, you're right on the cusp. And that can be often tough for us astrologers to deal with for a lot of reasons. I've got to look up. It's okay. This happens all the time. Don't feel bad. When you're on a cusp, it makes it a little bit tricky for us as astrologers to be sure that you are on the ascendant that shows in the chart. Now, I'm going to show you guys just that I'm basically looking up AstroDienst right now. I'll look up 1:17 in the Philippines. So let me know. I got your name right here. Why? Let me know, Midori. Nothing yet. This is your first reading. Have you ever looked up your chart before, Midori? Because unfortunately, it's going to be hard for us to know if you are a Libra rising or a Virgo rising. Let's see. This is interesting, you know. You don't have any planets in Aquarius, but you've got the South Node there. So Pluto transiting Aquarius would be important for you. Pluto is in an interesting position here. So we might just do this reading, and we might just not abide by your rising sign. We might ignore the rising sign on this one and just go by the planets. It almost makes me think that maybe we should just go to... You see, folks, what's interesting is how the Vedic astrologers tend to work. They're very big on the planets and the signs, not even considering the ascendant. And so they'll put the chart like this. This is where the signs are fixed. They're always in the same place. Now, you guys probably, you're not used to it, so we'll keep it on the round wheel. But I think we should do this reading not considering this person to be Libra or Virgo. I've been studying astrology for some time, but you're still a newbie, Midori. Now, what I'm going to tell you, Midori, is that because you're on a cusp, and you're just like, you're at 0.0 of that cusp. If you're interested, Midori, I often will refer people who are really into astrology and who really want to know their rising sign. The rising sign is a key dimension of the astrological experience. Now, you can still do good astrology without knowing the rising sign. There's a few things that we can look at, and we're going to do it here for you. But I'm not going to treat you as a Libra rising. I'm not going to treat you as a Virgo rising. The reason is this is the deal with birth rectification. Yes, so I can see that you're a Libra rising, Midori. Now, what I want you to know is that you've got a very accurate birth time, which is very helpful. The problem is when you're this close to the cusp, we don't know how long you were coming out of the birth canal. It's hard to know unless you know like when you took your first breath. But even if you took your first breath at 1:17, there's still things that make it tricky to know. For example, you know daylight savings time? Daylight savings time happens where, you know, the computer usually picks up on it pretty good. But daylight savings time works with these big steps. For half of the year, we have daylight savings time. For the other half of the year, we don't. Now, Astrology Pro softwares can get close to the exact thing, but it's hard to know how exact in the cosmos a baby, even born down to the second, is. So you're probably Libra rising. But if I was you, I would get a birth rectification. And this is where you talk with a person, and they go through your chart, and they see, oh, so you were born at this time, and you're a Libra rising. Now, when planets moved around your chart, this sign was activated. And you experienced this, and then this, you know, years later, Pluto went through Capricorn, and that interacted with this house in your chart. You know, if you're a Libra, Capricorn would be your 4th house. And then they would say, oh, you moved. Oh, you did this. Oh, it interacted with your moon through the 4th house, so you might have had something to do with vehicles. You know, a person doing a birth rectification would rectify the chart by looking at transits, seeing where the transit points hit, seeing where it hits certain cusps, and they would give you your rising sign from there, and it would be more sure and certain. Now, if you're interested, I have people, I know a lady who does it pretty good. It's hairy work. I know a few people who do it. You can email me, Midori. We're going to still do a reading for you here. But if you or anybody is ever interested in getting birth rectification stuff, I can lead you to some people that I know. You can just email me at astrology@dustincormier.com. And then I can show you some people that I know who do this work. Or they get your exact birth chart. But they have to talk with you. They're going to ask you a bunch of questions. They have to they'll send you a list. You know, what is the most important things that happened in your life? When did you get out of school? When was your first boyfriend, your last boyfriend? You know, did you get married? Did you buy a car? When did you get a new job? Did you move? All these different things. They're going to ask you about these things, and then they're going to rectify your rising sign from there. For now, though, let's give you a regular reading here. And we're going to ignore the fact that your chart puts you as a Libra rising. Sure. Okay, Midori. I think it'll be helpful for you to do that birth rectification. Because if you're a Libra rising and if you're a Virgo rising, it's going to change your chart a lot. So for now, it's interesting enough that we have a chart here. I'm going to do it with Astro Dienst. I just feel better about that because we can kind of see the signs better. We have here somebody who is Pluto in the sign of Libra natally. So Pluto is going to be coming into a trine. You're part of the generation around 1970, I think it's like 74 till about like 1984, something like that around there, where Pluto was in the sign of Libra. You're in the Pluto and Libra generation. So Pluto coming through Aquarius is a pretty happy thing, ultimately, because it's a trine, especially if you're a Libra rising. When Pluto's in trine to itself natally, it tends to be harmonious, and that's a nice thing. Pluto is coming into trine your sun as well, and your sun is nice and high up in the sky. So that's looking like a pretty happy and powerful sun. Now, what's nice is that this sun, this is a pretty happy chart overall. The sun is not combust Mercury and Venus. And the sun is very important because it is holding the north node. Hey, mi amor. Nice to see you. The sun is very important in this chart because it is the north node is in Leo. And so this is a person for whom the desire to show up with the sun, with Leo qualities, is very important. You know, while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, it's going to be playing around with your south node. Now, I'm going to have to make some, let's just do some brass tacks stuff here. You're born 1980, and that makes you the metal monkey. You're in the year of the metal monkey. 1980 would make you 45. You just turned 45. Excuse me for telling your age. Sometimes we got to do these things in astrology. So if you're 45 years old, then you are moving through your Jupiter period, and your north node is maturing. So you're in your 40s, and you've got Pluto moving through Aquarius, which is where your south node is. This is something very interesting. When you're in your 40s, your nodes are maturing. Your north node matures at 43. Your south node matures at age 48. This maturation takes, it's usually a very painful process. The north node maturing in Leo is usually going to be a tricky and painful thing. Now, we can learn a lot about your sun generally. Not having the rising sign makes it tricky, But we can see, no matter what, that your sun is pretty strong. You know, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to change birth time. I'm going to bring it back 10 minutes so you're a Virgo. And then I'm going to look at the Shadbala. The sun is still very strong and Mercury is weak. Saturn is weak, though. Let's see if you're a Libra rising, if that makes a difference. Change birth time, 10 minutes ahead. Shadbala. Yeah, no, so you've got a weak Saturn. What else is happening with this Saturn? Oh, yeah, so it's nice that the sign of Virgo is a very important sign for this chart. There's good things and bad things happening there. Mostly, it's kind of a tough one. Mars is getting stomped on by Saturn, and it's in Virgo where it's not that happy, but it's being delighted by Jupiter. Jupiter being here is a very interesting thing. It doesn't like being in Virgo. It likes being closer to the first house cusp, though, which is kind of nice. But Virgo starves Jupiter. Mercury starves Jupiter. And Saturn is also starving this Jupiter. But its friend Mars is delighting it. So altogether, it doesn't look like there's too much craziness going on here. Mercury is pretty darn damaged by being in the sign of Cancer, though. And Mercury is kind of the weakest one in this chart. Weakest is Mercury. Whether you're a Virgo or a Libra. Those are the two toughies in this chart, is Mercury and Saturn. Now this sucks because Saturn rules Aquarius. So that weak Saturn is going to play into what we can expect for some difficulty with what's happening with this person while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, especially because their south node is here. Saturn is really harmed by, there's sort of an angle to the sun happening here. It's kind of almost trine, or almost, it's square, really. So Sun and Saturn have a square going on. The moon is trine to Saturn. And in Vedic astrology, even though it's a trine, they're in the same signs, but the moon is an enemy to Saturn. And as well, Saturn is also getting hit by Mars. So all enemies are essentially agitating Saturn. We've got a malefic moon, a dark moon, which means the moon is extra malefic, and it's going to damage and harm Saturn here as well. But Saturn is happy in Virgo. It's getting a bit of an angle from Venus, and Saturn is delighted by Jupiter. So overall, it's not too bad, but generally there's some toughness there. The good planet in this chart is the Sun. The Sun is pretty darn well in this chart. That's something we can say that's a very nice thing. The Sun has good yoga power. And, it'd almost be worth checking what kind of yogas we have going on in this chart. So I'm going to check out our core yogas here. 2 benefics in the Lagna, 9th, 10th, or 11th, so we can't really tell that because if you're a Virgo... Oh, yeah. So you've got Chamara Yaktail Yoga, no matter what, whether you're a Virgo or a Libra. It's an insignia of royalty. So this motivates you towards good deeds and philosophical tendencies. That's because Venus and Mercury are conjunct together in the same sign, and it's either the 9th, the 10th, or the 11th, whether you're a Virgo or Libra. So that's nice. Mercury and Venus are in a nice yoga by being together there. Now, let's see. I'm just looking for anything to do with the Sun. 5th and 6th lords. Vesi yoga. Oh, you got Kemadrama, is that right? Aha, yes you do. All right. Kemadrama. Sorry, you guys have to excuse me being a bit of a nerd here because I'm enjoying studying astrology here and talking about it as much as you guys are. So the moon has planets and angles to it, which is nice. But here's something that I can already give you guys that's just interesting to know. In this chart, you can either see it here. Yeah, we'll look here. In this chart, the moon is what's called Kemadrama. And this is just worth noting. It shows some psychological difficulty and loneliness. And Pluto is going to exacerbate this a little bit by being this close to the moon. Really, you've just gone through a whole period of... Thank you, Midori. So I can see you're giving us a little bit of clues to your experience. So obviously, you had a little bit of some difficulty when you were very young. And you're mostly interested with the occult, which is interesting. You know, it'd be nice to know what's going on with your 8th house, but I don't necessarily want to say it because you could be Libra or you could be Virgo. If you're a Virgo, that would make sense for a Virgo because Aries would be the 8th house and that Mars is in a meticulous place. But I don't want to talk too much about that pesky cusp. Now, when the moon, so you guys have to understand this, and this is something, it's a very important yoga. It's called Kemadrama yoga. You see, for everybody, what is most ideal is that you have a planet of the 7 planets, actually not including the sun or the moon, or Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto, or the nodes. You want to have one of the 5 Purusha planets. So Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. One of the 5 tattvas. You want to have one of the 5 tattvas, one of the 5 elements, because those planets all have to do with the elements. Mercury is earth, Venus is water, Mars is fire, Saturn is air, and Jupiter is ether. You want to have one of those 5 planets in the sign behind the moon or the sign ahead of the moon. That grounds the chart, and it grounds the moon's emotional experience. Now, there's really 2 Kemadrama yogas happening here. It's exacerbated, since there's no planets to the left or right of the moon has nothing to ground its emotional experience. So it can get very lost. It can be very hard to feel like you have emotional direction and that you're emotionally stable. So this is something that everybody should learn about with Kemadrama yoga. As well, the moon is also very close to the south node. Now, it's likely, especially while Pluto was transiting Capricorn, that much of the difficulty that this moon has experienced was uprooted and experienced and brought to the surface. It's still going to happen while the moon is moving through the south node and while the moon is moving through Aquarius. Now, the good news in this chart especially is that there's a good sun here. The sun is very strong. So, Midori, it's likely that you have some character inside of you that has been developed to make you a strong person. And this is one of the things that you have to look to. When it comes to somebody who's had difficulty in their life, for you being a woman, your emotional experience is important. So it's very good for you to pay attention to your inside and to talk with friends and to talk with trusted loved ones if you've gone through emotional difficult things. It's probably hard for you to hold your emotions because of this double Kemadrama. You don't have anything to support your moon, and you've got the moon close to the south node. The moon, when it's close to the nodes, it can make us a little bit crazy. It can make us a little bit like out of control and like I need some, I need something. There's an unstable emotional energy when it comes to, the sun is what we do, the moon is what we are and what we feel. The moon is the queen in the chart. No problem, William Lynn. We're going to be doing another reading probably in about a half an hour to an hour. So for you, Midori, I would definitely say that it's important for you to get in touch with your emotions, to heal this moon. This moon needs a little bit of healing. To pay attention to your inner world and learn to adapt, learn to listen to your inner voice. And because of your moon, the way it's placed, you might sometimes feel lonely. You might sometimes feel like I'll never feel connected with another person in a deep way. But anybody can still feel that. Anyone can feel like they're connected. Now, you just went through Rahu maturing at age 43. It was about 2 years ago, probably since about 2020, you've been feeling the North Node maturing in Leo. And the North Node maturing in Leo has probably been bringing you into the realization that you are special. So you've got an emotional barrier. That has, that can cause resistance. That makes it difficult for you to be vulnerable and to let people in. Especially the moon in Capricorn. The moon in Capricorn says, I need to survive first, and that's how I'm going to be emotionally happy, which means I need to be able to take care of myself. That's what the moon in Capricorn tends to do. And that's how they want to live their emotional lives, is they want to feel like they've got a barrier that keeps them safe. But this also, the problem is with the moon having any difficulty, it's like a baby, because the moon is like our inner child. It's like a baby. And now you see babies need milk. And milk allows us to regenerate, to be strong, to have the strength that we need to go on in the world. And the milk is Amrita. It's the nectar of being loved for what we are. Just being truly loved and cared for. That is Amrita, that is the milk. Now when we have trouble with the moon, what happens is in our brains, that nurturing of the milk, of being loved by others, it feels like it has power over us. Which in some levels, being nurtured by something outside of you, because the cosmos within is the cosmos without. Which means part of who we are is what we experience in this world. Now, if you have this relationship with the moon where it's difficult, someone comes up and shows you love, and you say, oh, I really want that. Now that thing has power over me, which means I've got to have a barrier. I can't let that thing have power over me. Which is really kind of not a healthy attitude entirely. There's some good to it. That's a Saturn. Saturn, when it's strong, it kind of can have a good barrier. But when you have a moon like you have, and you've got a very tricky thing going on with Saturn, what will happen is that Saturn will say no to everything, and it'll also say yes to bad things. You might get into a relationship with Saturn that's not going to be fulfilling to you, but then you'll do it because you don't have to work as hard. You'll settle for somebody. Because Saturn is like something, it's like our immune system. It stops pathogens and viruses from coming into us. When you don't have a good Saturn, you are probably always letting in pathogens and bad people and people who can take advantage of us. And if somebody can take advantage of us, they're going to use us, which means they're going to interact with us. And by them interacting with us, we develop a relationship with them. And some people with a bad Saturn, who have especially difficult Saturn and a difficult moon, they want to connect somehow. So someone along the way will manipulate us to being in a relationship, and we're almost okay with it, because now the world and the responsibility of the world is not just on me. Now there's somebody else that's pulling my strings and making me a part of their reality. This could be your job. This could be relationships. You seem to attract narcissists and manipulators. You know, so this is probably partly because your moon just wants to be with somebody, and you've probably never learned to communicate your needs and to be truly emotional. The moon needs to be emotional, especially for a woman. It needs to be natural. You need to be loved for your ability to be vulnerable. You need to be able to be vulnerable. But you need to have a good Saturn that works hard so that you can be of value and you can be strong when you are with another person. So that when you're vulnerable, you are not going to be taken advantage of. You can see that the other person has good intentions for you. And you have to be careful with people who have bad intentions. You know, so this is just classic Moon and Saturn stuff that we're talking about here. Now, you've been moving through the North Node, maturation. And as well, you're actually in the Rahu period, which means it's been Rahu, the North Node in Leo, has probably been very important for you. So this has probably been a period of developing strength and showing up for who you are. Showing up, having a career. Yeah, you're probably very tough. And that toughness can have its place. But what's nice, though, let's talk about something that's nice going on in your chart, Midori, is that you've got a good, strong sun. And the sun in a woman's chart, it can really help with relationships because you can show up for what you are as a woman in relationship, typically. There would be lots to look at to fully understand and convey that. You got a tough Jupiter, and your dark Karka is Mercury. You got a tough Mercury in the Navamsha. Jupiter's happy in the D7, but in the D9, Jupiter and Mercury have a little bit of difficulty. So it can be hard for you to feel like you've really got soul joy with other people, with men, and with people in your life. These things happen, but it's a part of the journey that you're experiencing, is you're learning to be who you are and to shine with who you are. And eventually, see, right now, you're going through the Rahu period, the North Node. Your North Node is in Leo. You're in the Rahu period. And at 43 years old, the North Node matures for everybody. You've got a good sun, which means that Leo for you is it's going to bring out qualities of showing up and just working hard, being strong, and doing work. You know, whether you're a Virgo or a Libra, Leo in both of those signs is someone who just shows up and does the work it needs to do. You have the capacity to really be relied on because you probably have an idea of the world that you want to build. And you talk about what you want. You talk with men about what you want, and you talk with everybody about what you want, and you radiate the capacity to be what you want to be. Now, the North Node, when it's in Leo, that means that the South Node is in Aquarius. It's likely in your childhood that you were somebody who had the South Node in Aquarius, which means you probably tried to fit into groups. You probably wanted to be useful to society. Probably wanted to be a good girl. You know, Aquarius can either try to be a good girl, and they find that society, with the South Node in Aquarius, you never feel like you really belong. You don't belong anywhere. And it's partly because the Leo wants to stand out as an individual. But the lesson that you're going to start to learn while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, with your South Node there, The lesson that you're going to start to learn, I've got a reading here that would really bring together this theme. Rahu along, so yeah, here we go. Individuals who have the South Node in Aquarius. Yeah, people being reliant on you. It's a good sign. That's the Leo is coming through. When the Leo North Node is coming through strongly, you can have people relying on you and saying you are valuable, you have talent and skill, and you are important, Midori. And it's a good thing. And you're learning to have this self-reliance. You can rely on yourself, and other people can rely on you. But you have to be careful not to be taken advantage of. Because of your emotional level, as a woman, having the difficult Saturn and difficult Moon, especially relationships, you have to make sure people aren't using you like parasites. You know a parasite? Saturn is the one who gets rid of parasites. Saturn is our immune system. It doesn't let no pathogens. It's the bodyguard. It's the doorman. Are you on the list? You know at a bouncer at a club. People come to the bouncer. He says, "Are you on the list?" "Nope, sorry, your name's not on the list. You can't come in." "Nope, sorry, only if your name is on the list." Now, if you have a bad Saturn, someone could come along and say, I'll throw you $50. And the bouncer will be like, $50 is okay. Come on in. So you have to have a good Saturn, and don't let anybody make you compromise your integrity. You easily notice them, and that's good. It's good that you notice them. You have to not only get away from parasites, but you also have to believe that there are good people, and to seek people who are not just parasites, but who can give you love. Your moon needs to also believe that there are good people who are milk. You have to think about it. I want to be nurtured. Maybe your mother didn't love you enough, or you didn't have as close a connection with your mother as you could have. And you need to think inside of yourself, how can I get the experience of being truly loved? Can I be a mother for somebody? And can I also receive somebody else's nurturing? You have to watch for parasites, and watching for parasites is a no. But receiving milk is a yes. You have to take the yes and the no's here. Hey there, Monster Reviews. We're going to do another reading soon, so if you hang out, we'll be able to take your birth time. But for now, we're still doing a reading for somebody. Now, with Rahu and Ketu, when Rahu is in Leo and Ketu is in Aquarius, individuals quickly figure out that if you want to be an expert in your field, you have to have dedication to a craft. You have to fail 1,000 times in order to never fail again. And it's good for you to develop humility. Oh, cool. Amporu is here, and he's your brother. That's awesome. Oh, wow. How sweet. So Midori can make things happen, and her brother Amporu is here to refer that. How nice. So Midori, it is important for you to work hard. It's important for you to show up for that Leo rising energy, to get into a field. But you don't want to just see the Leo ego just wants to be respected. What you have to do is if you were listening in the beginning, you have a lion in you, and you want to be strong, and you want to glorify yourself. But you have to watch for compensation. Do you know what that word? Think about that word. You're compensating for something. There's a joke here in North America or whatever. If somebody has a really big truck, It's a man. He's a man. He's got a really big truck, and the wheels are really big, and he's got a big loud engine, and he's a really big, strong man. You know, not everybody's like this, but some people say, you know, maybe he's compensating for something. Not that it matters, you know. I've got a pretty average-sized dick, you know. Like, I don't have a huge dick. But guys with these big trucks, some people say maybe they're compensating for something, which means maybe he's actually got a small wee-wee, and that's why he's got this big truck. In the same way, Aquarius can be somebody who compensates. They try to make everything bigger than it needs to be. Because what they've got is probably perfect. What they've got is probably exactly what God has given them to do what they're supposed to do. And you can find that really everything about what you are as a woman. You might, you know, it doesn't matter how big your titties are. It doesn't matter how curvy you are. It doesn't matter how, you know, how you do anything. The universe has a place for you. And your nature, you have to, with the North Node in Leo, you want to shine like the sun. But you see, the sun is shining, and it's not trying to prove anything. That's why the sun shines so brightly. If there was no Earth, there was no other planets, the sun would still be like a star, just opening it up for all to see. It has nothing to prove to anybody. When you have nothing to prove to anybody, then your inspiration comes from the wellspring in the soul. It's an infinite creative wellspring. So you have to make sure you have nothing to prove to anybody. When you have nothing to prove to anybody, then when you work very hard, you're doing it because I want to do this for myself. Now the tricky thing, this is what you've been learning with the Leo. Now, in the next 3 years, and while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, see, Pluto's moving through Aquarius for you, the next thing is you have to be okay with sharing your light in a way that the world can appreciate. Because that is Saturn in Aquarius. That's because Aquarius is ruled by Saturn. Saturn says, how is this useful to the world? With Aquarius, you see, the world, the society, it's this thing that's ticking along, whether we like it or not. And the world, you see, has energy for us. It's like we're all at this big campfire. And the campfire, everybody feels the heat because I go outside the campfire. It's okay, guys, I'm going to go get some sticks so we can bring it to the campfire. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to gather my sticks. I'm going to gather my sticks. I'm going to bring a whole bunch of my sticks, and I'm going to throw it into the fire. And everybody watches me, and everybody says, Dustin, you brought your sticks. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to the fire. You want to bring more to the fire than you take. Now, there's a magical thing that happens when you have Aquarius. And Aquarius and Saturn are doing well in your chart. The trick is to bring the exact right amount of sticks. If you have a good Saturn, you bring your sticks, you spend time, you learn to contribute to society, you put your sticks in, and then you talk with everybody. Hey, everybody, I've brought my sticks in. And everyone says, wow, thanks for doing that. Who are you? Who are you? Nice to meet you. And you talk to everybody. You get to become a part of society. But you have to contribute to society. You have to have something that's a valuable contribution. You want to be useful to people. And you want to be, especially the lion of Leo, can shine the best when it's useful in a particular field, with a particular skill. Leo has Aquarius for its backside. And Aquarius has Leo for its backside. So the lion shines the best when it puts on its sunglasses and everybody thinks the lion is amazing. The lion is doing its own thing. But what its own thing is fits the group perfectly. That's when Leo and Aquarius are happy. That's when there's no troubles there. When you have the North and South node in Leo and Aquarius, it gets weird where I only want to be a lion. I don't care about society. But then the lion is never, it's a king of nothing. It's the king of itself. You don't feel like being noticed or acknowledged. Do you mean you don't want to be noticed or acknowledged? Because Aquarius right now, when Pluto goes through Aquarius, it's going to teach you that you can do your thing. But everybody is a part of, everybody's one in society. That's what Aquarius teaches us. All people can blend and still be what they are. So it's okay. It's okay, you don't want to get famous. You don't want to necessarily be acknowledged. But make sure that you're not also society's slave. With this Leo, you might try to show everybody that I'm something special. I'm going to do my thing. And if you don't like people, if you don't like society, and if you just want to work by yourself, you're not working smart. Society works together. You have to work smarter, not harder. Smarter. And how we work smarter is by being Leo, finding our talents, finding the thing that we love, and sharing it. And having no fear. Have no fear of sharing it with other people. Have no fear of shining in the eyes of other people. When you share your talent with other people, they're going to say, wow, it's amazing how you shine. But in order to do that, you have to be humble. And you can be a boss and you can be an employee. Having Saturn means that you've got to have a good root chakra. You have to have good finances. You have to understand how money works. And it might be important for you to think of, what am I doing with my money? For you, Midori, you want to breathe. You want to bring your root chakra energy from the bottom. You might even want to squeeze for guys, we kind of squeeze our perineum, our cojones. For women, it's the pelvic floor. And so that you can shine in front of people. And the way that you're going to shine in front of people, Midori, is you breathe in. Take some time sometimes. You breathe energy in. You bring energy up from your pelvic floor. You breathe it in. And you let the energy come up to your heart and up to your third eye. Let it go all the way up to your third eye. So when I think about money, I want my money to be a part of my spirit. I want, when I go to make money, when I go to have a job, when I connect with people, I want my money to be a part of my heart and a part of my spirit. And I want my energy that I have in society to be a part of my heart and a part of my spirit and a part of my happiness. Because when you interact with society, it probably feels very weird. And it probably feels like people are using you, or you getting loose, or you lose your individual spirit. You lose the Leo as soon as I try to introduce myself to society. So you have to be able to shine in front of people. So learning about your Saturn and your root chakra. This is awesome. So Amperu is Midori's brother. She has a strong personality and easily noticeable, strong presence no matter how hard. She doesn't want to be acknowledged. That's beautiful. And that is, so she has a strong sun. And what the Amperu is saying makes sense. Midori has a strong sun no matter what. And her sun is going to radiate no matter what she does. But that doesn't mean that she can't concentrate and focus on channeling her radiance and her strength into something that makes her happy. Midori, and Amperu, I think I appreciate you being here, because Amperu, everyone should support Midori in shining in a way that makes her happy. Midori can make herself happy, but Midori, you have to do it. You have to think about how you are somebody who can make yourself happy. And you're not doing it to prove yourself to everybody quietly. That's what Leo does when it has no Aquarius. Is it quietly, it works really hard to show everybody everything, but then it never asks for, there's no glory there. It's a quiet glory of myself. I'm sacrificing myself. The strongest lion in the wild is an alpha lion who everybody supports the lion. And they support the lion because the lion is doing what is good for the human psyche. You need to have a strong psychology. This is what Aquarius teaches us. If you can be a leader for yourself, and if you can do things for yourself that are good, people are going to see, that's somebody I want to support. Time to go breathing from the root chakra and bring it up to your third eye chakra. And that's a good thing to do. And you want to bring your root chakra up through that third eye so that when you deal with money and society and bills and taxes, you're doing it because it's part of your spirit. I'm allowed to shine and to feel happy for my talent and my skill and my work. Now, you've got a bit of a tough Saturn in your chart. There's good things and there's bad things with it. You might feel a little bit pressed from Saturn here, which means you need to give yourself lots of rest. And you need to think about your psychology. You would do well going and seeing a therapist, I think, Midori. And now, if you think this is strange, if you watch my channel, I tell everybody to go see a therapist. And it's not, seeing a therapist is not as taboo as it seems. I've been to therapy myself. I should even probably take the time to do it more, so I should walk my own walk. But everybody does well with having somebody to talk with about what has happened in my childhood. What has happened what happened with my mother and my father? Were you loved enough by your mother? Did your father support you? Because if you didn't have these things, then you're going to compensate. You're going to work really hard. You're going to sacrifice yourself. You're going to be the world's slave just to prove that you're someone strong. But that's a waste of your talent. You want to find your talent, find your spirit, do what you want to do for yourself, to make yourself happy. And then allow this light to be seen in public, to share it with others, to help others. And what you might do with the South Node in Aquarius, with Pluto going here, is you might find that the job you have causes you to help people, causes you to contribute to society in a way that you never have. Like Leo is an artist. Leo just wants to get really good at its magical special talent. But now Aquarius, as Pluto is going through Aquarius, it's teaching you to be respected. It's teaching you to come into the world and say, how can I share? And how can I get people, remember when you gave your sticks to the fire, if you work super hard and you give all your sticks to the fire, everyone's like, oh great, Midori's doing all the work. Since Midori's doing the work, I don't need to contribute any sticks. I don't need to bring any sticks. Midori is working hard for all of us. That's like only Leo. You have to start thinking about Aquarius and thinking about how when you put energy in, you want to get energy back so you're not exhausted. That's why the lion is so strong, is because it goes and gets the biggest gazelle, the biggest antelope, and it goes and it gets it, and then it puts on its sunglasses and it relaxes at the beach. It says, hey, everybody, I did some stuff, so what can you do for me? It's partly why Saturn is exalted in Libra. So what I would say is that, my father's always been absent when with another woman. So probably Midori, you probably feel like you have to prove to the men in your life and to men all around that you are an attractive and beautiful and valuable woman. But the truth is that you don't need a big truck. You are probably perfect just as you are. But your mind tells you, I have to do more. I'm not enough. It's kind of saying this in your chart. And a Pluto going through Aquarius is going to make you exhausted because you do everything for everybody, but you're not getting energy in return. You put in 5 sticks and everyone else only puts in 1. So you're carrying everybody else's weight. And in about 3 years, when you're 48 years old, I think in the next 3 years, while Pluto is moving through Aquarius, it's going to start to break you down. You're going to start to get very exhausted. You're going to start to feel like the world is stealing your energy, like the world is a parasite. You have to stop letting people be parasites to you. And you have to start thinking about, my energy is from God. My energy is divine. And I don't need to be under anyone else's thumb. And in order to do this, you might have to go and work for a company and be a lower rank employee and then work your way up the ladder. But you're not doing it because you feel like you're a piece of shit. You do it because you deserve success. And you deserve for people to give you as much as you give them. Now, I feel good about this reading here. I've been really trying to do this strictly through the signs without having a proper cusp. Because what I wanted to show everybody here is that everything we've done here, this is astrology. It's psychological counseling. And you can do good astrology even when you don't have the rising sign cusp. We haven't said anything about any houses. We haven't said anything about anything like that. And I want everybody to know that you can do good astrology without having the rising sign cusp. And this is an example of it. Now, Midori, I guess I can only say that if you feel good about it. I hope, my dear, that this has been a good reading for you. The main lessons are, you've got Kamadruma moon. Hi, Aether stars. So, Midori, you have to listen to your moon, listen to your feminine side, learn how you can be happy in relationships with people, because I think that's important for you. And also, learn to shine like the lion, have nothing to prove to anybody, and learn to be a mutual, happy, fair contributor in society. And this is partly going to come from some sacrifice. Aquarius does a lot of things for other people. That's part of who you are. But you want to make sure that it's coming from your spirit and not because other people are parasites. That's the big thing, the big lesson that I'd see coming from this chart. And the only reason that somebody could ever be a parasite for you is because it's like you're trying to please your father by, you never got a chance to help your father, to be loved by your father. And so you think in your mind, if I struggle, basically if the whole world drains me, if I'm unhappy and depressed because the whole world is draining my energy, then I must be proving to my father, I must be showing everybody, I must suffer in silence in order to feel valuable. And that's not how it's supposed to be. You want to suffer, you want to struggle through a self-sacrifice that is meaningful to you. Amazing. Oh, look at that. Shine like a lion without proving anything to anybody. Amazing, Midori. So you've always got this reading here. Eventually, for everybody watching, I do eventually take these readings off. When that happens, you can always email me, and I can always bring you back. I can always give you this video again. And for anybody who enjoyed this, so thank you everybody for watching. We've still got at least one other reading here. And you can always contact me at astrology@dustincormier.com. And when you contact me there, you can either get a reading with me, or if you've been ever on my cold readings, I can send you this video in case it ever comes off of YouTube. So thanks, Aether Stars. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Spring Ezelgroth. And now let's give a nice big hand to Midori. Yes, golfer's clap. Yes, indeed. Well done. This has been our Pluto transiting the planets series. And what's funny is that, it's Pluto transiting Aquarius, so it's still been, even though you didn't have any planets in Aquarius, this was still a useful reading for us. So thank you, Midori, for your time. Thank you to Amperu for being a part of it. Now, we're doing our next reading, everybody. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I got to get a charger for my phone. And some water. I'm good. That's about it. So get your birth time ready. Get your birthplace, your birth date, and get ready for our next reading. Now, everybody keep in mind, we are now doing memberships on my channel. So Aether Stars, you can just hold on. If you will hang out for another 5 minutes, you can put in your birth information and you will have a chance at a reading. Everyone just does it right here on YouTube, just like this. So everybody hang out. Also, again, we have memberships now. So if anybody ever wants to be a part of the membership, it supports me. Plus you get some fun extra little emojis like this little Pluto here. We'll go into the group chat. As well as the sun and the moon. And for everybody who's interested, I'm going to do this way. So paypal.me/DustinCormier91/10. Well, I've got to work out how to do this PayPal thing. I believe I can make it a link. PayPal donation link. Unfortunately, the donation link is notoriously weird on cell phones. So if you're watching from a computer, you feel free to check out the link here. If anybody ever feels like donating to me, you can do it there, or you can donate through here, through the YouTube, or just keep your spirit rising. That's the best donation you could give me. Hey there. So nice to see you there, Monster Reviews. So, oh, awesome. Itzel Omi, I appreciate you very much. Nice to have you as a member. Feel free to use the emojis that we have here. Eventually, we're going to be doing readings where it's only members are going to be allowed to put their birth time in. So we're going to do that eventually. So memberships, for now, it's just a support. But eventually, there's going to be members-only videos, etc. For now, folks, let's do a bathroom break. I'm going to get a charger for my phone. And when we come back, we're going to do our next reading, okay? Nice to have you as a member as well, Spring Ezelgroth. So hold on to your birth times. When we come back, we're going to do our next reading. See you guys in a sec. Hello, hello. Alright, I gotta charge in my phone because she's about to quit. Am I too late? No, we're good. Okay. Hello, everybody. Why aren't you going? Let's go. What the heck? I'm back, everybody. Nice to see you. I'm going to figure out my phone in a second. For now, let's get rolling. We've already spent a lot of time here. Now is the time. If you are watching, feel free to put in your birth time. Aether Stars, I've got your birth time there. You don't have to put it in. Try not to put it in twice if you can, everybody. Put in your birth time, your birth date, your birthplace. Now is the time to have a chance to have your chart read here live on How to Rock Astrology. Oh, I see what's going on. There we go. Perfect. Now is the time, everybody. As you can see, everyone is now putting in their birth time. I almost feel like I should do Itzel and maybe even Spring because they just joined as members. Maybe I'll do that at the end. If we do another, if you guys are still hanging out, if we do a reading at the end, maybe it'll be a members reading. I can't promise these things. I like doing it this way because then everybody has a chance to. But it would encourage you guys to join as members, wouldn't it? Might be the way to go. We'll see. Oh, monster reviews. Let's see here. Good. Thanks, Spring. All right. So we got lots of the folks who have still been hanging with us here. Quite a few people. Oh my god, that chocolate was good. Put in your birth times, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, just so everybody knows, I'm currently writing some books, and I encourage you to check out dustincormier.com/subscribe. And if you subscribe on my website, you'll get a chance to hear about the books that I'm writing. As well, I've got a new astrology book coming. And you'll also be able to get a glimpse of new video series, any new video series that I'm going to have as we move along through time and through history. That's funny, Aether Stars. Hey, Miyamore. Nice to see you. I do like getting all of the crazy outfits. And I'll usually... this one I just got off of, like, the internet somewhere. It's not even the best. It's kind of cheap. Like, you can tell it's not like, you know, somebody just used a computer silk screeny type thing to make it. I don't know. I guess on the screen it looks pretty fancy. So in that case, no. This was like $200, if anybody asks. Yes, Jasmine, I will be making several books soon. And you'll be able to check out my first ebook. If you subscribe now, it's going to take me a while to get it out there. But if I get you as a subscriber on my channel, I'll be able to send you my free ebook coming out probably in a couple of days, and to be aware of new books coming through. Now, Tay, if you're interested in membership, I believe that you can do it through YouTube. I've never done it really myself, but if you go to my channel, there should be somewhere on my channel where you can find the memberships. Gosh, I almost feel like we should do it. YouTube.com. Get out of here. What the heck? I've got to learn to do this anyway so you guys can so I'm not just blowing smoke out of my butt. Okay. Ooh, Ernst got a new video. Mitra Ditya. I'd like to check that out. Ernst is my boy. Okay, view my channel. Membership. Right. So what you would do is you go to my channel and you go along here and you're going to find there's a membership tab. And you'll go on there and you'll be able to join in as a member. Our first level is called Neuronaut. And eventually the next one is going to be Cosmonaut. And when you're a Cosmonaut, then you're really flying here in How to Rock Astrology. The X on the top right corner. If you X out chat, you'll see join button. Oh, cool. Thank you, Itzel. I appreciate you helping us with how we join with the membership there. So it looks like there's an X in the chat that you would join. So thank you very much for that. Now, a whole bunch of people have dumped their times in. So everybody, now speak now or forever hold your peace. The time has come for us to pick for our next reading. So if you are watching us live here and if you're hanging out, put in your time before it's too late. If you're watching right now and you've just joined in, if you haven't put your time in, your time is fleeting, my friend. I'm going to start from the top this time. So let's see, Monster Reviews is here. Looks like everyone is pretty much in. And Tay is here. Awesome. I'm glad you threw your time in there, Tay. All right. So, oh, and there's Dana. You just made it, my dear. I'm going to start this time. Let's start at the top of the list. And we're going to make our way down. We've got a bit more people, so I'm going to pick a bigger number like... No, what's on my mind is 29. Sometimes I just got to go with the number that's in my head. We're going to start at the top, and we're going to work our way down and see who we land on. And it looks like I'm going to start with Monster Reviews way up there at the top. Mia Moore, my dear, I've already got your birth time. Oh, I see you're giving me the St. Louis. Now, Mia Moore, I have your birth date, but not your time. If you don't have your time, it's okay, because we just did another chart where we didn't know the exact time. So, Tay, you're not seeing how to join that membership, eh? Community moderation. Damn. I wish I could... I'm going to have to find a way to help point it out. For now, we got to keep our thing going. Why? Top chat. So Tay, if you want, you can always message me on my email if you feel left out of the membership through astrology@dustincormier.com. And like I said, if you try to, I imagine if you go on my channel and if you go to membership, the membership tab here on the very right side of the top of my channel, there should be a place there where you can find a way to join as a member. There you go, Myanmar, 9 p.m. So for now, without further ado, folks, let's get this show on the road here. We're going to start from Monster Reviews. The number is 29. I'm going to work my way down. Let's see who gets picked right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, here we go, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So I just landed, I'm not sure if we just did one for this person. I don't think so, though. I just landed on Brown Skin Lady. Miss Brown Skin Lady. A very lovely name, and very lovely to have you from Los Angeles, California. Wonderful. In his page, beside the subscribe button, click join. Thanks, Dual Set. Thank you, guys. I got a good team working with me while I do my thing here, and I appreciate you guys very much. So no pressure there, Tay, but I appreciate everybody here for being a part of what I'm doing. Now, Miss Brown Skin Lady, Robin Scott, my friend, you just missed us. That's okay though if you keep hanging out. We're probably going to do one more reading after this. Brown Skin Lady has just been chosen as our next contestant for our Pluto readings today. We've got a 1984, so I'm going to assume that you've probably got Leo. You probably got Pluto in Scorpio, which means you might have it in the beginning of Scorpio. You're probably just experiencing the square to your natal Pluto. Let's see what Brown Skin Lady's got going on here. Brown Skin Lady. So, my dear, 1984, that would make you the year of the wood rat. Everybody loves the year of the wood rat. The rat is a very, in Chinese culture, it's much more highly respected than it is in other cultures, just like the snake. These are very mystical signs. And the rat is the winner of the race to the Buddha's bedside for a reason. So we have 07. Now, Miss Brown Skin Lady, I just want to make sure. I have you as 0702 1984. I usually put the month first. So I want to make sure what I'm reading here is July 2nd, 1984. I just want to make sure I've got that correct. Oh, 29th degree of Libra Pluto. Okay, very interesting. You're probably still going through the square. Okay, July 2nd, 1984. July 2nd, 1984. And that's 8:14 a.m. Female. The USA. Gosh, you probably hear this all the time, but I wonder how things are going down there with all the craziness with the protests and everything. Los Angeles. I guess Los Angeles is pretty big. No. Right around here. I got bitten. I don't know if anybody can see it, but I got bitten by a bug. So my eye is just like occasionally like, ugh. Which is like, I'm seeing my own eye and I'm like, wow, that's an eye. Oh, we've got a Magha moon. I love Magha moon. And you are probably a Shlesha rising, so you're probably a beauty. Am I right on that? Let's see. Planetary information table, Lagna, and a Shlesha. A Shlesha tends to be this like Cleopatra, like they're a Naga sign. To have it on your rising sign usually means that there's a deep seductive charm and beauty there. And I love Magha moon. For me, as Jesta moon, Magha is one of my best combination nakshatras. So it's nice to see somebody with Magha moon. I always like to meet them and to see what they're about. Now we got a nice big stellium of the classic Sun, Mercury, and Venus happening there. Mercury and Venus are both combust. And they're both not happy in the sign of Cancer, and they're in the 12th house. That is an interesting and tricky signature going on there. We've also got a Saturn in Scorpio with Mars in the 4th house. That's a crazy, very malefic energy happening there. South node in Sagittarius, North node in Gemini. Now, I've got you at about 10 degrees here, brown skin lady. 10 degrees of Leo. People tend to stare, no doubt. Oh, thank you, Tay, darling. You know, don't stress yourself about it. But I appreciate you following us through here with our new membership thing going on. So now, brown skin lady, something I should have mentioned. It's good for me to mention this in the beginning. We're gonna put this right here. Keep in mind that I tend to go pretty deep. You know, I've got Sun, Mars, Pluto, where you've got this fourth house malefic energy here. You know, I tend to go pretty deep. I like to explore. I really like to do it to heal how I can, when I do a reading. So don't feel ever obliged to speak to anything that you don't feel comfortable speaking to. There's times when I just say, oh, this would possibly instigate something here. And you don't have to take any bait that you don't want to take. You know, it's nice when we can go deep. There's healing to be had, but this is a public forum. So, you know, if I ever say anything that you feel obliged to talk about and then you feel bad that you talked about it, you can say it in the chat or you can email me later and I'll just take the video off. I'll keep it as a private video so you can always check it out yourself. But I can always take these videos down. I usually do anyway because this is a public forum, right? So let me know anything like that in that regard. But I should have mentioned it before you came in. But you've been watching my show for a bit, so I think you know what's going on here. I don't feel worried about that. So now we are looking at a Leo rising here. Moon at Makaraka in the first house. And so since the moon is the Atmakaraka at the last Navamsha of a fire sign, that means that we have the moon in Sagittarius in the Navamsha chart. So this is a Sagittarius Swamsha. I've got a bit that I can always talk about with Sagittarius Swamsha. It's this whole evolutionary thing. Which is interesting. So your Sagittarius Swamsha, you've got the South Node and Uranus and Neptune in Sagittarius in your birth chart in the 5th house. Very interesting. You know, having Capricorn here in the 6th house and Jupiter here in Capricorn in the 6th house is a tough position. Mercury and Jupiter. Let me see here. Oh, the Jupiter's not too bad. Nice strong sun, which is always good for everybody. The sun is closer to the top of the chart. Although the sun is combust Venus and Mercury, so that's going to cause some agitation for everybody. Here's something interesting. We've got a trade-off happening between the sun and the moon. And yeah, wow, there's a lot going on in this chart. You know, I should say to folks, when I usually do my readings, my pleasure, Aether Stars. Hey there, Monica. Nice to see you. Now, when I usually do a reading for somebody, I meet with them. I charge $200 for a 2 to 3 hour reading, and I read the chart 1 to 2 hours beforehand, usually, sometimes more. And so I digest all the things in the chart. And there are some times when I'm reading a chart and there's things that stand out that are like, wow, this is an amazing chart, or this has this crazy difficulty happening here. Whatever it might be, I read the chart for 1 to 2 hours, and then I prioritize them. My Virgo ass is just like that. These are the most important things to talk about. Now, when I'm doing a cold reading like this, I haven't had any time to do that for you to find out what's the most important thing to talk about. Now, sometimes some people don't have much standing out, but this is a chart where there's lots going on in this chart. So it's almost hard for me to prioritize, but I'm going to do my best, especially considering that we've got, this is intended to be a Pluto reading here. Pluto is definitely square to the natal Pluto right now. Even though it's trine by sign, really Pluto in Aquarius is transiting in Aquarius at about 3 degrees of Aquarius right now. So it's going through your 7th house. It's been going through your 6th house since 2008, 2009, and then it finally reached Aquarius in 2023. At that point, you probably have been experiencing the difficulty. It's funny, every hour I've got to bring my chat back on. It's only been doing that lately. So brown skin lady, as Pluto went through Capricorn for the last decade and a half, you've probably been experiencing that your 6th house of Jupiter, where Jupiter is, has probably been a little bit tricky. Whoa. Tarot Destroyer. Okay. Thanks, Monica. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I guess the chat is going through some interesting things right now, but I've got to focus on what I'm talking about. Pluto has been going through brown skin lady's 6th house. And that has probably been interacting with this little bit of a tricky position, Jupiter here, as well. It was opposite to Cancer during that time. And Cancer is the stellium that's really like a centrifugal part of this chart. One of the reasons I was going to say there's so much going on in this chart is because there's lots to unfold here. So for everybody, we all have something called the Atma Karaka. My Atma Karaka is Venus. It's the highest degrees in its sign in my chart. So people see I'm a Leo rising, and I've got this fire energy. I'm usually so tough, but I'm Mr. Nice Guy. I'm very generous. I'm very delicate and graceful with the way I talk about things. I like to add a little bit of nice, soft relish to things. It's probably more Leo than Venus in there. But my Venus Atma Karaka is Mr. Nice Guy. And so that's something that you really see when I'm doing a reading. You see the Leo, but you feel Venus Atma Karaka. Leo is how I'm doing it, but Venus is like what I'm doing. This psychology, this counseling. So the Atma Karaka is a very deep, key part of what the soul is doing, what it is. I would almost say, this is me speculating, but I would say, when people die, they go into their next incarnation, lots of things in the chart shift. You might be a different rising sign. You might have lots of things slightly different. It's hard to say. It's interesting to think about. But in my opinion, you have probably been your Atma Karaka for many incarnations, possibly all of them. I don't know. It's hard to say. So the Atma Karaka, Atma means soul, and Karaka means like a signifier for something. At this point, I want to say thank you to Monica. Monica is always watching and making sure things are all clear on my channel here. I wanted to say that before I moved on. And that's Mo. Mo is always making sure that she's my ground control and that things are going smoothly on my channel. She's just helping me with this person, I think, who came on and really cannonballed the chat there a little bit. Okay, I had to say that before I moved on. So the Atma Karaka is a key part of who we are. Now, in the chart of brown skin lady here, the Atma Karaka is, again, it's the planet with the highest degrees in the chart. And whatever the Atma Karaka is, there's also going to be something significant going on with the planets falling in that planet's sign. In this case, we have the moon Atmakaraka, and the sun and Venus and Mercury are all grouped together very close to each other in the sign of Cancer in the 12th house. So it's even, for a Leo rising to be moon Atmakaraka, this is a mystical person already. Just by saying that the moon is an intrinsically mystical person. Anyone with the moon Atmakaraka, they are thinking about the queen. They're thinking about the inner soul. The goddess energy of the feminine for a woman probably moves through. And also, it's very interesting for moon Atmakaraka because the moon's nakshatra is always going to be very important. But especially for someone with the moon as the Atmakaraka. I would say you're kind of cuspy on there, but I would say you're probably Magha nakshatra for your moon. And Magha has to do with ancestors, your paternal lineage and your maternal lineage. A Magha moon, a moon Atmakaraka person with the moon in Magha, their soul probably has a lot to do with working out ancestral energies, with their past lives, with people who are generational, they've been carrying generational trauma, and everybody carries generational trauma. It's, even if you've got the best family with the best things going on in the world, this is just the nature of evolution. If we're going to evolve, we have to transform the elements of what came before. You got to take the bad and sort of purge and purify the good. Everybody's got to do this no matter what. A moon person, it's very possible with this chart. I'm going to be a bit brass here. There are significations of difficult ancestral energies in this chart. Partly because the sun is combust Venus and Mercury in the sign of Cancer. And as well, Venus and Mercury don't tend to, they're starved, they have the moon for an enemy. So they are thirsted by the moon, and they're agitated by the sun. They're combusted by the sun. And this is happening in Cancer in the 12th house. So it's likely that the identity is strongly encapsulated in the 12th house because the rising sign lord is in the 12th house of Cancer. And that identity is wrapped up with the quiet muting of Mercury, the quiet muting of Venus. And what's interesting, this is a very cool chart. Very interesting. There's a Parivartana yoga happening here. The sun is in the moon sign, and the moon is in the sun sign. Right? The moon in Leo, the sun in Cancer. And when that happens, there's a really important blending of energies there. In fact, I think I should do this. I've got an important book that I'd like to read just to give us a little bit of, I need to go and get a certain book. It's going to take me 2 seconds, guys. I was just reading it upstairs. I'm going to come back, and we're going to talk about this Parivartana yoga. Just give me 1 sec, and I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, everybody. I just had to go and get a book. We have the first lord with the 12th lord here. And this is what's called a Parivartana yoga. This book is written by a dude named Alan Anand. Parivartana yoga, it means a mutual exchange. It's when, for example, in this chart, the moon is in the sun sign, Leo, and the sun is in the moon sign, Cancer. Since it's a Leo rising, we have the planet that rules the first house is in the 12th, and the planet that rules the 12th house is in the first. because the moon is the Atmakaraka, because we have this stellium, which means that this is most of the prana. You'll see you have something called prana strengths. You'll see that we have, what's the word that's given here? Pratama means the sign with the most prana, life force moving through it. And you can see number 1 is Cancer. So Cancer is the highest prana sign, and it's the sign which the Atmakaraka rules. And it's tied up with the rising sign lord. It's a very interesting chart going on here. So this signification is important of the first lord and the 12th lord being mixed together. You'll notice every time I read these, like, they always are very loud and they stand out. Now, this is a tricky one. It's called a Dainya Parivartana because the 12th lord is involved. Whenever you have a mutual exchange that involves the 6th house, the 8th house, or the 12th house, like we have here, it usually is a little bit damaging to the other planet. In this case, this damage is happening to the 1st house because the 12th lord, the moon, is being mixed in with the 1st house. So there's a self-neglect, a letting oneself go, a self-sacrifice, which is natural to the 12th house. The 12th house is a beautiful spiritual house. It has material loss in order to bring spiritual gain. So long as you're not putting the spiritual cart before the material horse. You don't want this self-sacrifice of the 12th house. You know, like every plant that wants to give its fruits, it has to have its own roots. You have to be strong in your roots, and then you can give spiritual fruits. With a 12th house signification like this, where the 12th house and the 1st house lord are being wrapped together, the 1st house is you. You see, if you want to do good works for God, if you want to work out your ancestral karma, if you want to work out generational trauma, the first thing you have to do is recognize your validity as being a strong individual. You have to recognize what your needs are. You have to come into balance with who you are. Then you can self-sacrifice. Then you can work hard to bring energy from the top in order to give your fruits. Then you can serve people. Then you can really handle pain. Because sometimes with the 12th house, there's a spiritual pain that comes. There's a spiritual pain. That's the only way to put it. The 12th house is spiritual pain. It's you're shooting yourself in the foot. Your incarnation is causing loss and wastage. And that, our karma, the reason that's happening, the karaka for the 12th house is Saturn. It's character development. God is up there smoking a cigarette and watching you. You know, I think there's a video of somebody, they're smoking a cigarette like this, or it's a meme. This is God smoking a cigarette, watching me go through this character development. He's smoking the cigarette like, whoa, oh, this one's going to be tough for him, oh boy. That's the 12th house, it's the spiritual pain. It's Christ-like, where you're going to experience some kind of pain. And there's a reason for it. Basically, you're letting go of ego. You're letting go of what you think God's destiny has in store for you, and letting go and letting God. And the way to do it is through pain. One of the best spiritual services that we can give, it's Shiva. It's Shiv. It's very Shiva, the 12th house. It's also Vishnu in a way. You know, some people correlate the 12th to Neptune. But I would say the 12th house really is, it depends on how you look at it. But the point of the Shiva thing is that we are the instrument. Our energy field is the instrument of our divine grace. And one of the greatest ways to serve God, but also serve the deepest love, to have this greatest sense of love in the cosmos, is to let go of your craving for ease and non-pain by experiencing the sacred pain of the 12th house of loss. This is the fruit that the 12th house seeks to give. And in any other chart, if you have a good 12th house, you're going to have spiritual roots on this material earth that says, I'm allowed to have what I need. I have things that are valid for me in order to recuperate and regenerate myself so that I can keep being happy about giving this divine pain, about experiencing this divine pain. And that's often the first house is a key part of this. I'm going to be in alignment with my destiny. I'm not going to compromise through Leo on who I am. I'm going to be who I am first. Then I'll be able to take the pain of the 12th house much better. In this chart, we've got some ugly stuff happening with the 12th house, and it's wrapped up in a Parivartana yoga with the first house, which we call a Dainya Parivartana yoga. Here the lords are in a mutual 2-12 relationship, meaning the moon is in the second house from the sun. You see, the sun is in Cancer. The moon's in the second house from the sun. The moon is in Leo. The sun is in the 12th house from the moon. So it's a 2-12 exchange, even though it's happening in the first house and the 12th house. Now, since this exchange involves a Trik lord, which is the first lord, it's one of the trine, right? Leo, Sagittarius, Aries is the trine for Leo rising. So since it involves with the trinal lords, we get the sense of a life touched by the themes of sexuality, spirituality, foreign exposure, and loss, and thus walking a fine line between self-sacrifice and self-undoing. What's the line here? A natural, healthy self-sacrifice versus self-sabotage and self-undoing. It's a fine line that us 12th house people have to walk, especially for this person with this exchange. Indeed, the native, the person with this exchange, is something of a lost soul in search of an identity. This person is seemingly... Now, sometimes with astrology... Cool. Awesome brown skin lady. Now, sometimes in astrology, like this book can be harsh. And it goes to the depths that it can go. And not everybody is going to fit all of this stuff. But the nature of astrology textbooks is that it gives the brass tacks. And then we have to read, like, how much do I relate to this? And you'll relate to a lot of it, but not always every specific thing. So just keep that in mind. So this is a native, is something of a lost soul in search of an identity. They're seemingly devoid of rational intelligence or foresight. They get lost in dreams or fantasies. They're subject to errant desires. The first 12th person is shunned by others and perhaps even an object of self-hatred. This person can become their own worst enemy. This person can often be a pleasure seeker. They identify with that pleasure seeking and those errant desires a little bit too deeply sometimes. So their health can suffer through exhaustion, i.e., sexual indulgence, lack of sleep, and jet lag. This person has to be careful of spending money on pleasurable indulgences, which may prove to be their undoing. Although they attempt to conceal their loose morals in their sexual life, they will ultimately be revealed to their potential shame. They travel to foreign countries in pursuit of happiness, but they may leave empty-handed to wander aimlessly. It's very 12th house. Isolation, it has to do with foreign places, and waste and loss. But there's a spiritual pilgrimage implied in it. This person seeks moksha, spiritual and emotional liberation, in all the wrong places. And they can be left with a feeling of emptiness, losing themselves in the process. They care little about money. They aren't greedy or avaricious. And they spend freely, and they often probably give to charities. This person has to be careful that when they are giving, to charity, there's a karma there. That is a karmic relief. You are resolving karma by doing that, but it does you no good, again, to just give your spiritual fruits without working on your roots first. You could give these tiny, tiny little fruits away and always have no energy coming from your roots. Or if you spend some time developing on your roots, then you can give much bigger fruits. So those little $20 you put in the basket to a donation because you feel guilty and because you've done all these things and you want to clean your karma, it's nice intentioned, but it doesn't come from a place of self-love. It comes from a place of, I'm a piece of shit and I need to purify myself by sacrificing some of my time and money and energy into something good. There are worse things than that. But you have to look at your intention. Are you compensating for anything? This person is drawn unconsciously to involvement with ashrams, hospitals, or prisons. Hindsight, the left eye association, is strong, so they're naturally introspective and contemplative. That is the Parivartana exchange of the First Lord and the 12th Lord. Especially important for somebody who is a Moonatmakaraka and whose prana is flowing through Cancer because of this 3 planets here. The prana is basically whichever sign has the most planets flowing through it. Now again, you're a Magha moon, and this relates to ancestry. And it's worth noting that you have Saturn and Mars in the 4th house. These are 2 malefics in the 4th house, which is a pretty strong, what we would call, let's see, what's the word for it? Oh, you got a Lakshmi yoga. I'm going to digest that in just a second. The kettle drum yoga is nice. Conch shell, cart yoga, Subha, Buddha. Oh yeah. That one's an interesting one. But I was looking for this. You've got a Kapata, deceit yoga. So there's a malefic planet in the 4th, and the 4th Lord, which is Mars, is under malefic influence, or hemmed by malefics. So if you read this, you can pause it here and read this whole paragraph, but this paragraph will show you a lot about how this person can be very disturbed internally by something that might have happened when you were very young. And overall, there's an indication of ancestral difficulty here. It might be some ancestral, this is the type of person who could I have to be careful with how I say this, but there are certain people. Oh, you travel often. Interesting. Oh, and you work in a hospital. Oh, so Mo, you were looking for the book. For everybody who's interested, this is Parivartana Yoga by Alan Anand. That's a D at the end there. Alan Anand. And that's for looking and observing when 2 planets are in mutual exchange. It's cool that you travel often. Yes, Itzel, this is Kala software that I'm using here. This software that shows all these yogas and stuff, this is Kala software. Now the Kapata deceit yoga can show ancestral difficulties. It can show stuff that has happened in childhood, and there really is a inclination, an instigation here that something with the ancestry is troubled here. There's some good news. There's so many of these cool core yogas that are interesting. You have the same thing that I do. There's interesting. But this is what I wanted to show is Ruchaka, the sharp and radiant yoga. And this means, Ruchaka, the word, it means large, agreeable, pleasing, sharp, acid, as well as indicating any object that brings good luck. So this is when Mars is in an angle and it's in its own or its exaltation sign. This is called one of the Mahapurusha yogas. This chart's crazy, dude. So a Mahapurusha yoga is when one of the 5 tattva planets. Okay, so I'm glad to hear we're on the right track there. Well, I appreciate you giving us feedback about the childhood information there, brown skin lady. Now, Mars in Ruchaka yoga, it's when, so the Mahapurusha yogas, so when you take the 5 tattva planets, that's Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn, not including the sun and the moon. Those 5 make up the 5 tattvas, the 5 elements. And if any of those are in an angle, and they are in their own sign or their exaltation, then they are going to have a lot of the strength and natural positive quality and character of that planet. Now, for this Mars, it doesn't have really enough yoga strength because it's in the 4th house. Mars loses its yoga strength in the 4th house, but you've still got it. And so Mars in the 4th house has this, it's like an acid, and it can melt through anything to get sharply, use its will to do what it has to do and get what it needs to get. But with Mars and Saturn here, there's indications of violence in childhood and an internal, nobody probably sees that you have an internal depth of anger. And Mars harming Saturn here, they're actually harming each other. Saturn has Mars for an enemy, so it's not that happy in Scorpio. And technically it's within 10 degrees of Pluto here, so it's kind of being pulled in by that. But basically, the moon, which is an ancestral 4th house planet, right? It's the 4th sign. Having these 2 malefics in the 4th house, and the Atmakarika moon being wrapped up in this Parivartana yoga, and the moon being in Magha nakshatra. All of these are wrapped around this same centrifugal point of something to do with ancestry, something to do with, what I was going to say is that there are some I don't know if, I'm going to go with where my brain is going here. I have positive hope for people who are in this circumstance. So, okay, in Canada, we had, around the 1600s, we had the people called the Acadians, who basically got raped by the British, really hard. The British came in and, really took all of these resources from these Acadian people who had become one. They were intermingling with the native people, and there were these beauties. My family has Acadian blood. And the British came in and said, kick rocks, guys. Either this place is British and you're working for us, or we're going to kick you out. The Acadians got kicked out. And so they got spread all over the world. Many of them went to Louisiana. You ever heard the word Cajun? The Cajun queen? Cajun gumbo from Louisiana? Cajun actually is like a colloquialism for Acadian. Cajun is what it turned into. So those people are from the Acadian people who got kicked out of Eastern Canada and had no roots. The Jewish people can have this sort of ancestral difficulty as well. Palestine is also, Jewish and Palestine have both traded over this lack of roots, of wanting to have roots but always having to fight for it and never fully having it. The Haitian people are another people where I think in Haiti There was some point where somewhere in the world, a whole bunch of people, there was lots of like, they took all the criminals, I think, from the States and said, just get these people. We can't kill them, so just put them somewhere where we don't have to hear about them anymore. And I think a lot of them went to Haiti. And so Haiti is full of a lot of this kind of difficulty, where the roots of their culture is based on people just dumping criminals from all over the world. And so obviously Haiti has moved through that and has advanced through that and has developed a lot of character through that. Be interesting to see the birth chart of Haiti. Nice to see you, Mo, my dear. Thanks for hanging out. There was one more in my head that is similar to this. Australia has a bit of this energy. So, there's plenty of these places where the ancestral root... and I was going to say Brazil. Brazil is another one where lots of things have happened. Political corruption in the government due to the history that happened with Portugal and the Spanish taking land from the natives. It traded hand a few times, and it's like a baby that got thrown around by different people. And again, there's a character in each one of these places that really are beautiful in a lot of ways. But if you get into certain families of certain cultures, you'll find that there are roots that are very unstable in the actual genealogy of people who are coming from a lot of these places. I think I'm like Akkadian, and my ethnicity is Celtic. Celtic, Irish, a little bit of German. But my family is Canadian, and that's where they come from. Is like, I did Ancestry.com. I gave the government my spit. Hopefully they don't clone me or anything like that, or whatever. But they got my DNA, and it came back with me being mostly Celtic, a little bit German, and then I'm a mutt with everything else, like everybody else is. So the whole point is that somebody with all these themes wrapping around the same point. Magha moon as the Atmakaraka, in a Parivartana yoga with the 12th house and the 1st house, and these two malefics in the 4th house with Pluto being very close to there too. All of this is instigating that there is a need to work out your individual roots as a person and to make peace with your genetic trauma, your generational trauma that is moving through you. And now, all of that being said, I had to say all this about this chart. It's the only way I could speak to it. We didn't even get to talk about what's going on with the South Node, with Sagittarius there. The South Node, the moon's nakshatra is Sagittarius. The moon's nakshatra is Magha. The moon's navamsha is Sagittarius. And so Sagittarius is a key part of who you are. You are somebody who's probably helping the world evolve, but there's a lot of karma to purge through Sagittarius in a very deep spiritual way because of Uranus and Neptune here. I would like to do a reading with you, brown skin lady. You got a lot of very interesting things happening. But let's wheel it all together here with Pluto moving through Aquarius in the 7th house. It's going to be squaring this Saturn and Mars eventually, which is going to bring some tension. It's really has been squaring its natal Pluto, right? When Pluto was just transiting Capricorn from 2008 to 2023, you were moving through Pluto going past your debilitated Jupiter, which is opposite Sun, Venus, and Mercury in the 12th house. So a lot of these 12th house themes have probably been just gooped hard, especially with Pluto moving through the 6th house. There's probably feelings of like debt, energy. There's not enough energy. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough resources, and I have to work really hard to pay off debts. And I put in 8 hours of money, and it just barely gets me enough money to pay off my debts and survive. Jupiter has a tough time in the 6th house, but it is still Jupiter. So you do have a benefic in your 6th house, which is going to help you get over obstacles. But you're also going to have a lot of obstacles to get over. You might make it just by the skin of your ass, just because Jupiter's debilitated, and Jupiter doesn't like being close to the 7th house cusp, and it prefers to be closer to the 1st house cusp, so it's lost a lot of yoga power here, and it's debilitated. So that Jupiter has a really sore yoga power. Venus has actually got a pretty harsh yoga power as well. The main planet with yoga power in this chart is the Sun. So here we have another person for whom the Sun is really carrying the load for the rest of the chart. Mercury's not bad, but Jupiter is tough, and Jupiter is the South Node Lord. So 1984, 94, 2004, 2014, 2024. You're probably about 41. You're probably turning 41, I believe. Which means you're going to be going through your North Node maturation soon. Your Mercury isn't the worst thing happening in your chart. Even though it's agitated by the Sun, it's furthest from the Sun. It's not agitated too bad. And it's conjunct its friend Venus. And it's close to the 1st house where it's happy. Mercury is also carrying a lot of the load here too. Mercury's not doing so bad for you. And it's the North Node Lord and the Chiron Lord. So at 41 years old, your North Node is maturing. You're probably coming into how to be a businesswoman, how to deal with business, how to deal with money, how to manage your time properly. And that's all cool stuff that's going to happen. And as time goes on, when you're 40, coming up to 48 years old, your South Node is going to be maturing. And as your South Node matures, there's going to be a time where there's a need for you to mature, to understand how to use your 5th house and Jupiter, having faith in Dharma. You're going to be moving through Mars throughout this whole period as well, the Mars Mahadasha, which means that Mars rules your 9th house. So there's a big theme for you happening with Jupiter, with learning to have faith that what you're doing is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Even though sometimes it feels like you don't make enough money, you don't get enough love, life is draining to you, it's still important for you to feel, to move into your energy of being aligned with goodness. Because everybody has goodness. And you have to find what yours means. You're about to be 41. So you're going to be going through your North Node maturation. You're coming into your 40s, and that's going to be a big theme for you. Now, a lot of the things that you probably moved through while Pluto was transiting Jupiter in this chart, where Jupiter's debilitated, you know, the ways of Capricorn, the ways of government, the ways of money, having material stability, this is all probably stuff that rocked you, that you had to learn, that you're still learning. And now Pluto is moving through Aquarius. It should be a bit of a relief, if anything. Pluto is now coming up the top of your chart. You've probably done a lot of internal work for throughout your whole life. Pluto's now in the 7th house. It's coming above the horizon, and it's starting to probably give you a break from its underworld work. But what this is going to mean is listening to yourself, listening to the world around you, and coming into harmony with your own nature and the nature of lovers with Pluto in the 7th house. You know, there's an indication of doing business with people and coming out of your shell and talking with people. And this is going to include dealing with this whole compensation thing that I've been talking about. When Pluto is moving through Aquarius, for all of us, there's a need to question, how much am I contributing to society? And am I making a mutual healthy contribution with society? Is what my skills and talents are aimed at actually contributing in a useful way, which makes me valuable to society? So society's going to keep asking me to come back. Do I have a business What do I do with my career and my job? And can I connect with other business partners, use my understanding of finances, of taxes, learning to understand how taxes work, and using this knowledge to take me farther with my basic root chakra again, because Capricorn and Aquarius are the root chakra. How do I learn how to deal with money? You know, I say to everybody, it's a thing. You take 15% of your income, and you pay yourself first. Try not to have any credit card debt. Everybody should, while Pluto's moving through Aquarius, if you can get away from credit card debt, it's the best thing you could do. Eliminate your debt, because you want to have no debt and then start taking 15% of your income and putting it towards an investment that's going to make you a slow amount of money over time through compounded interest. All of these things are going to make you financially well, so that you'd be surprised, you know, if you don't think about money, you don't think about your future, you'd be surprised how shaky the present moment can be. Because you need to have these things in order to start. See, you got Saturn down here in this 4th house with all that ancestral energy inside of you. What has happened is that you've probably got ancestral roots that you've tied inside of a little treasure chest, and you've whipped around and thrown it into the ocean and said, someday maybe I'll be balanced enough and stable enough in my life to deal with all that trauma that happened in my childhood and the trauma that happened in my generations before me. And especially with the 12th house energy in you, you're a mystic. If you take the time to contemplate, to let go, stop trying to prove things to people, stop trying to validate yourself to the world, take care of your finances in a way that is calm, intelligent, and humble. Don't try to look like a rock star to everybody if you don't need to. Don't try to prove something to your parents or to your lovers. You don't need to be rich. You just need to pay attention to the way your finances work for you. And eventually, once your finances through Pluto moving through Aquarius start to become settled, especially learning to be happy and humble in another relationship with another person, you might experience Pluto pulling you into this kind of thing because it's in the 7th house. It could take a lot. It might rock you. But what you're going to learn is how to be stable as Pluto comes up the top of your chart, stable in your, particularly with Aquarius, it's a financial thing. It's not just financial, but it's your nervous system. You put in this much work and it rocks your nervous system this much, but you only get this much peace back. That is the bonfire. Everybody else is only bringing 1 stick. You're out here grabbing 5 sticks and throwing it there, and it's stressing you out. And everyone's like, yeah, thanks. Keep going getting more sticks. And parasites. This is what happens with Pluto and Aquarius, is everyone becomes a parasite, but you're allowing this parasitism to happen. Hey there, Ray Face. You are allowing this parasite thing to happen because of how you have not found an identity for yourself. With Pluto in the 7th house, you probably get very pulled in by other people, and it's teaching you something about your 1st house right now, because Pluto in Aquarius is opposite Leo. And all of this, learning about this Aquarian energy, the parasites, making peace with your own nervous system, what that's going to do when you have a solid ground of your finances, you're not stressed about rent, you know, you've organized things in a way where you're coming into who you are. Now you can take that treasure chest out of the ocean and start looking within at that 4th house and in that 12th house and asking yourself, what has happened in my generational trauma and my ancestry that is this ghost that has got me feeling like I can't possibly be stable, like I have no identity, like I have no roots, no purpose, I don't know who I am. And you have to pull that treasure chest out of the ocean where Saturn is and start sitting with the pain. Mars unfortunately is here and is kicking Saturn's ass. And so is the sun and the moon. That's a tough place for Saturn. And Pluto is in Aquarius, ruled by Saturn, and Pluto is going to come to square your natal Saturn. So this is going to be a tough period in the coming 5 years. Especially, I'm going to say this. As time goes on, you're going to come into your Rahu period. which will actually be a relief, if anything. That's something to look forward to. 2028, you're coming into your Rahu period. It's going to be tough because Rahu's always tough. But Rahu is placed okay in your chart. Mercury has its ugly stuff. It is getting dinged in some ways. Yeah, especially because it's combust the sun. So that'll still be tough. You're going to have to learn about communication. You're going to have to learn to talk to people. Learn to have boundaries. You have to really have boundaries with Mercury in the 12th house there. Learning how to say, I need time alone, but not spending time alone forever. And then going out with people and saying, I need to experience love and happiness and communication with other people, but not letting that happen forever. A good Mercury is like someone who's choosing a wedding dress. And when you're choosing a wedding dress, you got to really try it on. Try the pie before you buy. But, you know, if the salesman is like, come on, you tried one dress. Why don't you just pick this one? Come on, come on, I got other customers here. Come on, I'm working here. Come on, just pick the dress already. What, you don't like that one? You didn't like that one? What, come on, get out of my store. If someone's like that to you, you're like, okay, I will. You just lost a customer, bitch. I'm going to go find someone who's going to let me be patient because the wedding dress is important to me. Let me choose the way I want to choose. I'm here. You're going to get paid. Yeah, I don't need your help right now. I can choose the wedding dress. I'm going to pick them all out. You can come back and I'll tell you which one I chose. If you're going to be impatient like this, it's not helping me. So get out of here. Leave me alone. Let me make the decision that I want to make here. But when when the sun is agitating Mercury, it seems like the whole world is like, come on, just pick one. And with Mercury in that 12th house, this whole 12th house energy, this come on, pick one, is really coming at, I need time alone, but I also need time with people. And so when you're alone, the hey, come on, pick one is just stay alone. Just be isolated. Don't go out and talk to people. It's too hard. You already know how painful it is. Just stop. Just stay alone. And then you stay alone for a long time and you get depressed and isolated that you're alone by yourself all the time. So then you go out and try it and you go and talk to other people. And then you get stuck on other people. It's like, come on, just pick one. It's like, okay, fine. I'm just going to drain myself by only talking to other people and never spend time alone. Let your voice be unobstructed by other people's pressure. And the Venus in you is going to help you do that by you slowly, you could be a spiritual person. There's a lot of capacity for meditation, contemplation, dropping everyone's fucking bag and just letting your own nervous system unfold, spending time with yourself. And when you start operating from this 12th house in a conscious way, not just because you're dissociating because the world is too bright and loud and painful to deal with, but you make your boundary. I'm going to spend some time by myself, contemplate, meditate, write in a journal, make a vision board, start building on the things I want to build on, and eventually start working out what's going on in my ancestry. Learn about your parents, brown-skinned lady. Learn about your parents, your grandparents, your culture, your ethnicity, and what happened in your family history that might be working through your genetic material in an unconscious trauma. And realize it, acknowledge it, go to a therapist about it, talk with those ancestral relatives, talk with people about what happened there, and start to make peace with the fact that you have an unconscious thing of like this thing happening, and a lot of that is probably carried by that, and you won't see it until you learn about it. You won't know about these things until you learn about it. You won't know it in your nervous system until you see that ghost expressed as a logical thing that happened in your family line. And these are kind of what needs to happen. And the main thing for you right now while Pluto's moving through Aquarius is dealing with your nervous system, dealing with contributing to society and getting a fair deal out of society so there's no parasites. Your wallet, your money is figured out. You've learned about taxes. You need to do all that ugly, annoying homework. And so you can deal with business. You can deal as a sort of an entrepreneurial person, and possibly even use your root chakra, connect it to your heart chakra, and talk about how you can be of value to another person in marriage as well. If you're moving through that kind of thing with relationships, be wise and patient about relationships while Pluto is in the 7th house. You got no planets there, so it's not like you shouldn't get away from relationships at all. Be aware of how the energy of the 7th house is being cleaned up. It relates to Saturn, which means this is going to allow you to pull those treasure chests out of the ocean and finally look in yourself and start to deal with this ancestral energy, getting a hold of your own boundaries. There's a lot there, brown skin lady. So, gosh, I feel like I could just riff on your chart. It's nice when I get a chart. It's like, this is interesting. It's a juicy one. But we've already gone pretty long here. I want to do one more reading for the day. So, brown skin lady, you got a good one there, honey, and you just deserve it because your chart's so darn interesting. But let's pull it in here, folks. Let's do one more reading for the day. Thank you very much, brown skin lady. Golfers clap. Thank you for volunteering your time. Thank you for being a part of our reading today and allowing us to see all the interesting things going on in your chart. It was an excellent example. I didn't even talk about Pluto Swamsha. If you and me do a reading together, we'll talk about that a little bit. But you got a good reading here. I feel pretty good about it. So I'm glad to have done it with you. Thank you to everybody else who is also a part of it and who's supporting our Lady Brown Skin Lady here. We've got one more reading to go, everybody. I'm going to eat one more piece of chocolate. We got 21 viewers right now. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me while we're doing this. Now, if anybody is enjoying this, and if you'd ever be interested in getting a personal consultation with me, you can email me at astrology@dustincormier.com. As well, you can also check out my website, dustincormier.com, which is this new thing that I've got going on here. You can find my astrological consultations there. And as well, I recommend everybody who's interested in what I do here, you can subscribe to me at dustincormier.com, where you can see, you can get part of my email list. I've got books coming out where it talks about this deep psychological stuff. I've got an astrology book coming out as well as novels in the near coming future. And you can get a free copy of my new ebook by subscribing. It'll take a minute. I'm still working it out, but if you subscribe, I will get it to you. I promise. As well, feel free to join memberships. We have a few people who have been hanging out and doing the membership here. You can find it on my channel, or you can press, I think there's a little X that you can press at the top of the chat in order to be a member, or you can be a part of the readings, and eventually we'll have members only live streams and videos. Have I eaten 2 of these today already? It doesn't matter. We're going for it. And let's do one more bathroom break. It never hurts, folks, because I'm a Scorpio and the water runs through me. But we are doing one more reading, everybody. So get your birth time ready. Don't put it in yet. There's going to be a moment where I'm going to come in and I'm going to say, now you can do it. But for now, bathroom break, then chocolate, then rock and roll. Thank you, brown skin lady. We'll see you guys in just a sec. Wow, 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 wow. Ah, wonderful. That was an amazing reading. I always love when we get to talk about Parivartana yoga because they go so deep. But especially for brown skin lady because one of the planets involved in an exchange was her Anmakaraka. Very educational. Our chocolate today is a nice chocolate noir au caramel by La Montagne. 73% cocoa, 20% caramel, 100% fuck me, I need this right now. I like the dark chocolate. I like the dark chocolate. I like the dark turkey meat. I like the dark maple syrup. Give me the black. I like my coffee black. Nah, I actually usually put in that almond milk if I can help it. I actually don't drink coffee. I drink decaf. I'm Vata in Ayurveda. If you guys ever gotten into Ayurveda, Vata is like the airy one. So basically, if I drink a coffee, I turn into the Flash, and my molecules spin so fast that I disappear. And that's really no good for anybody. So everybody, no coffee for me. No, I'm got enough coffee moving through my existence. But I have a smoothie in the morning. I'm really big on American ginseng. It's grounding and it's yin and it gives energy, but it's like a yin energy. Coffee just makes your kidneys and your adrenaline glands squeeze, so you're in a state of urgency. American ginseng does this different thing where it gathers energy and holds it in your organs, so you're not like, bleh, you're not this kind of energy. You're like grounded, calm energy. I don't know how else to explain it, but it works for me. Now, everybody who is still with me, God bless you all. We still got about 22 people hanging out with us. Let's do our last reading for the day, folks. I'm zapped, but it is, I'm not that zapped. And it's better than nothing. I like to try and at least do 3 when I do these things. Yeah, American ginseng. It's really good for you. There's a Korean ginseng that's red. Don't get the red ginseng. Get the white ginseng. That's the good stuff. Kegels can be okay for your kidneys. I think Kegels help. Definitely moving through sexual, erotic energy. That's usually Kegels, if I'm reading you correctly. You know, Kegels and that sexual energy can be good for your kidneys, and it's good work for me to do because I've got a lot of water in my Taoist astrology. White ginseng is the one, not the red, ideally. But I digress. Everybody who is here, let's go. Throw in your birth times. Yeah, that was like Chinese medicine that I'm talking about there, Tay. For everybody watching, throw in your birth time. Throw in your birth date, your birthplace. Throw it all in there. Oh, shucks. You know what? Okay, so everybody's been watching here, and I appreciate you guys for it. But I think I am going to do what I said here. So, you know, you guys have all been watching, and I appreciate you for it. I might start doing this. Which means, you know, I'm sorry to anybody who's been holding on in order to possibly get a reading. Now's your chance if you want to. If you can join, if you would like to join as a member. Yeah, this is what's happening here, folks. I got to do this. It's right for me. And I'm sorry I didn't mention it, but I'm going to start mentioning it. Third reading of the day is going to be for a member. We've got Spring Ezelgroth here, and we've got Itzel Omi, who have joined as members. So if you want to join as a member, then you will have a chance for this reading to get your birth time, to get your birth chart read. I believe membership, it's $3 a month. And you would go, I think you can see on the top right, your Google Pay doesn't work. Hey, Nancy Ray. Nice to have you here. I'm sorry about that, Miyamor. Remember, if you're not a member, you can always be here for the first little bits. And, for example, we did 2 readings today that were not for members. But now it's the 3rd reading of the day. This is going to be a members-only reading. So anybody who is watching and hanging out with us, please feel free to take a moment. You still have a chance to join with the membership here. For now, we have Nancy Ray, Spring Ezelgroth, and Itzel Omi, who are currently our members. And for those who are watching and hanging out, of course, you can still feel free to hang out with us here, because we have a lot of people who watch just to observe and to check out the lessons that are happening here on our channel. So last chance, last call for alcohol for anybody who wants to join in as a member. For now, we have 3 members with us here today. Spring Ezelgroth, Itzel, and Nancy Ray. Dual set. Nice to see you, my friend. Welcome to the show. And thank you for everybody who's been joining. The membership, it helps me to, it helps me to do what I'm doing here with everybody. It helps us to, I love spreading this astrological knowledge. I love doing these free readings. But this is me, since Pluto's coming through Aquarius, it's been reminding me that I want to get a fair contribution for the effort I put out here. And I appreciate everybody who is being a part of this sharing through Aquarian energy with me. Hello there, Midori. Nice to see you, my dear. Thank you for joining the membership as well. Tay, I can see you're trying to join, so how about we include you in this? Specifically just because Tay she's been here the whole time, and I know that you're trying to get in here, Tay. So Tay, honey, you can put in your birth time and I'll include you in this. Just for Tay, because she's mentioned that she's trying to get in and she's really trying to do it. So Tay, you are the only one whose birth time I don't see here just yet, unless I'm wrong about that. So feel free, Tay, to put in your birth time, your birth date, your birthplace, and we'll include you in it today. So for anybody else, speak now or forever hold your pieces. My little seedlings have started as seeds, and as in time, as the months go on, your seeds will turn into plants and will grow into vetted members of the channel. Now, we have 5 members who are hanging out with us here. There's Tay. Nice to see you, Tay. Thank you so much for joining our membership. So we have done a reading for our dear Midori. No worries, Rayface. Maybe I should take just a little bit more time, because I can see Rayface, I think, is trying to get in here as well. Rayface, we might just, what we'll do, anyone else, there you go, Tay, honey. Anyone else who, you will go by the honor system here. But I can see Rayface, I'm going to include your name in here, your birth time, since you are working on becoming a member as well. Now, Midori, I appreciate you joining. What we're going to do, since we did a reading for Midori today, we're going to go with Rayface, Tay, Dual Set, Nancy Ray, Itzel, and Spring Ezelgroth. I'm Robin Scott, my dear. We'll include you here as well, because that is a huge donation, and you're very much appreciated for it. So we'll include Robin Scott as well. So anybody else before we rock and roll here? I wonder, it almost looks like, I wonder if you paid twice here, Robin. I appreciate that if that is the case. Oh, and there's Ray Face. Now, Robin, my dear, if I'm right, if you did pay twice, I really appreciate it. Let me know if, I have to be clear on this, that I want to make this fair for my members, because this is going to be a membership reading here. Now, Robin Scott, you've given a huge amount of money here. You can let me know in another reading, if I see your name again and say, hey, Dustin, remember I gave you $30? I'll say, Robin, I see that. Let's do a reading for you. And I'll try my best to cater to that. For this reading, I really want to give all the members who just joined a chance to have this reading. So there's Ray Face there. So now let me, I'm going to have to write this down now, who we've all got members here. Itzel, Nancy Ray, Ray Face, Dual Set, Tay, Spring. We'll include April. We're going to include April Scott in here. And April Scott, you don't have to join. The reason I was saying, oh, bless your heart. Robin Scott, you're going to be included in this reading today. I was more saying that I'm not going to pick, I wouldn't pick anybody just because they came in and paid like $100 or something. I don't know, I'll think about it. But Robin, you are in this one. Yeah, I got you, Robin. I appreciate where you're at. But you are included in our reading today for being chosen. 1, 2, 3. Am I missing anybody? Dual Set. Itzel, Nancy Ray, Ray Face, Dual Set, Tay, Spring, and Robin. Good. Oh, yes, Robin, I remember. That's all right. I'll still include you in this one. Okay. Now it looks like I'm just going to read it off my book here. Now I've got Itzel, Nancy Ray, Ray Face, Dual Set, Tay, Spring, and Robin. Now if your name isn't included in here and you're a member, just let me know now, but I think that we've got all of our members here. There's probably a way for me to only bring out members at some point. But whatever, we're rolling here and we're doing great with this, folks. We got 7 people here who have a chance. I'm going to pick a number. Let's say I'm going to go with number 23. And we're going to go with 23. I'm going to start at the bottom and I'm going to rinse through, and whoever we pick is who we pick for today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I got Spring. Let's see. Spring Ezelgroth. My friend, are you still hanging out with us here? Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all of our new members. And thank you so much to Robin Scott for that lovely donation. To everybody here, I love doing what I do here. But I really appreciate you guys being a part of this community. Community is something we got to build together. Now, Spring Ezelgroth, you have been chosen. All right, my friend. Congratulations. You have been chosen for our reading. Our last reading of the day. I still got some juice. Let's see if I can make a nice tight reading for us. And of course, everybody, you've joined as a member, so you probably know what this is going on. William Lynn, my friend, how you would join is there should be a button at the top right of the chat. I think it's a little X. And you would press that button, and that would allow you to join as a member. It's $3 a month. Now, if you can't find it that way, you should still be able to go to my channel. So you'd look up youtube.com/howtorock astrology. you go over to the far right where it says membership. And once you come in here, you should be able to find the space where you can become a member, if I'm not mistaken. So let me know how that goes. And, thank you so much, Robin. So many of you guys have been supporting me for a long time, and I'm very happy to be doing what I'm doing. God has treated me well with my own talent and with my belief in myself, and with contributing to a community that is now contributing back to me. That's the thing with Aquarius, folks, is that, I got Saturn in Aquarius. I've been putting a lot of effort into this channel for a long time. And I did it because it's good for me. I knew that this channel would be good for me. I knew that eventually I'd be doing memberships, that I'd have a website, I can get people to subscribe to my email list. I knew it from the beginning. So it's not entirely unselfish. But this is what we're talking about. You have to have strong roots in order to give of the best fruits. And I've been developing these roots by putting a lot of time into this channel without necessarily expecting anything in return right away. But I've enjoyed it. This isn't a community that's using me. This is a community where we're both contributing to each other in a way that is all consensual, and it's all a joy that is coming from this thing that I'm doing, that God has given me the gift of. All this, like taking it seriously in the way that I have been lately, this is all our beautiful mistress, the goddess Minerva, Pluto. It's been kicking my ass and saying, make it all fair and worth it and joyful. And it is, and it has been, and you guys are very much making that a part of who I am. Oh yeah, wonderful, Robin. Virgo Venus with Sag Moon. That is us, is it not? All right, Spring, you've been patient, my friend. Let's start rocking and rolling here. And thank you for everybody for hanging out and watching with us here. So, our friend Spring. Let's see, Spring. Do. All right, Spring, where are you at here? So Spring is Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've got a night baby. Now, Spring, my friend, let me know if you feel like it. And I should say, Spring, you've been watching this, and you are somebody who, there's a little sunshine from Tay there. Spring, I know you've been watching and that you're a member here, so you probably know what this is about. But it's always good for me to say it as a disclaimer. I'm Plutonian. These last two readings, the last reading with Brown Skin Lady, God bless her heart, she allowed us to go very deep. And, these things happen on this channel where we go deep, we check out these places, and we go deep. So if we go to any place that you don't want to talk about, Spring, don't ever feel like you have to say anything, admit anything. You don't have to confirm anything. It's nice when you talk about, oh yes, I relate to this and I relate to this, because then we feel like we're on track with you. But this is a public forum, so you don't have to admit anything you don't want to admit. And if this goes anywhere that you don't want it to go, let me know in the chat so we can go to another place. And you can always let me know, and I can pull the video off of the air. And you'll still have the video that I can send you as an unlisted video, because this is a public forum. But we haven't had trouble. Nothing's happened in any ugly way while I've been doing this. But just keep it in mind. We're doing this for you, not for me, right? You are the one in the power seat here. So, Spring, we've got you as March 21st. January, February, March 21st, 1972. I believe it was 17, in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let me know, Spring, if you identify in any particular pronouns. Awesome. Let me know, Spring, if you are what your pronouns are, if you feel like letting us know. It doesn't matter to everybody, but as a Venus Atmakaraka, I tend to find that I get a good, strong use out of the magnetism, out of the male and female polarity, and a neuter as well, if you consider yourself there. I consider it to be a part of our self-realization, of how we deal with divine magnetism. So that would help me in that case. You're a woman. Perfect. So spring, you are a woman. And let me know, again, if you feel like it, if you have a specific orientation. Do you consider yourself straight? Do you consider yourself bi or gay or anything on any spectrum? It lets us know a little bit better about what to expect from discussing relationships for you. Okay, perfect. So spring is a straight woman. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's see what our rising sign is. Aha! Okay, we have another cusp. Now this does happen all the time, and you're going to get a reading, my dear. Now, let's just see make sure that my software is right about this. Spring, female. Now, spring, have you ever done a reading before? And if so, what was the rising sign that you are used to? March 21st. Am I right on that? Whoops. January, February, March 21st, 1972. 21st of March, 1972, 11/17. And this is Oklahoma. Country, Oklahoma. I don't know why that's doing that, but United States, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah, so this is giving it to me too. It's 29 degrees of Scorpio. So you're Scorpio rising. Now spring, you're used to using Scorpio rising. It's always important for us to consider that because of the nature of how astrology works, you could be a Sagittarius rising. You know, basically if you were born you're like a minute and a half away from Sagittarius. And we don't know how quick that doctor's pen scribed out 11/17. Oh boy, you're right on that cusp, my dear. You know, what I would consider doing, what my instinct is telling me to say is that this is a chart where I would really consider doing a birth rectification. A birth rectification, if you're really into astrology and you really want to be sure that you have always resonated with Scorpio rising, if you get a birth rectification, it will, the person who does it has this way of checking the transits that you've gone through in your life. So they're gonna ask you a list. They're gonna say, when was the last time, when did you move in your life? When did you go through school? When was the dates that you initiated a new relationship? When did you get a new vehicle? When did you expand your life by getting this new technology? You got this new camera for your YouTube channel. They're going to ask you a whole bunch of these different things. And the more dates that you can give them, the more that they can see that transits happened inside that house. And they can say, so for sure this happened at this time. You must be this rising sign. It's called birth rectification. It's a hairy process. Now, spring, you say you're used to being a Scorpio rising. We could just go with what you feel. But the proper astrologer in me feels like I would really recommend that you try and do a birth rectification. Now, you can always email me at astrology@dustincormier.com. I don't do this work, but I know people who do. It's usually like $80 an hour to get it figured out. Sometimes it can be more. And it can be tricky because it's hard to be reliable with this work. I recommend it, especially if you've never gotten a reading before. But if you've gotten a reading and you really feel Scorpio rising is the thing, you could always roll with it. But I'd still recommend you get a birth rectification. That's why for me, for this reading, I think I feel safer just giving you an overall reading without using the rising signs. So it's good exercise for me to do that anyway. So I think we're going to follow that, because there's a lot of things in the astrology chart that are going to be the same no matter what. It's looking like you've got a lot of strong things in this chart anyway. Although your Jupiter is definitely getting stomped on. Where's that at? So we've got another person with Jupiter debilitated in Capricorn. And it's looking like it's in a few tough places. Let's see the Shadbala here. Oh, it's not that bad. Strong sun, strong moon, very strong Mercury. That's nice. Now, I'm going to do a quick little checkaroo here. I'm going to go 2 minutes ahead. Now, this is you as a Sagittarius rising. Let's see if this changes much. Not really. Still strong sun, strong moon, strong Mercury. Those are the really big ones. Jupiter isn't too much affected by that. Shadbala is the overall strength of a planet. So it's sometimes nice when we have someone who's on a cusp to make sure that they don't completely change their strengths when you go to that other side of the cusp. So ultimately, even though we don't know if you're a Scorpio or Sagittarius, we know, for example, the sun is still close to the bottom of the chart. So you'd be a night birth. You're born at 11 p.m., so no matter how you dice it or slice it, you're born close to midnight. So sun, night birth. The sun. All right, so now Saturn here is in Gemini. Saturn, no matter what, is close to the 7th house cusp, which is very nice. It's very close to the 7th cusp. So Saturn is happy being close to the 7th cusp. It's happy in the sign of Mercury. And Mercury's strong in this. Well, it's strong in Shadbala, but it doesn't have much strength of yoga power, which is interesting. It's usually not quite the case, but obviously it does happen. It's mostly the Sun and Saturn that have the strongest yoga power, which is interesting because the Sun is usually not, it doesn't have very much Digbala. The Sun usually gets yoga power by being close to the 10th house cusp. But the Sun is exalted here, and it's exalted in the Navamsha. So the Sun is strong in this chart. Saturn's got some strength in this chart. Mercury, the Moon is in its own sign in Cancer. And this is somebody who has the South Node in Leo now. It's an interesting switch. Now, okay, I better check. Let's see here. It doesn't feel fitting, but I understand what you mean. Shoot, I should have seen what you were saying, what I was saying when you said that, Spring. Oh, it does feel fitting. Okay, so you probably feel like you're probably Scorpio rising. But it's still good to check and be sure, because with astrology, we can fool ourselves. Like, I'm sure I'm a Scorpio rising, but when somebody does the rectification, they'd say, you're actually a Sagittarius. And then when you listen to how they talk about Sagittarius rising, you're like, I see that, right? So that's what sucks about the cusps. Hello there, Ellen. Welcome to membership. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Now, Ellen says, your maternal grandmother is a corn-being. Oh, we could be related. Maternal grandmother. Yeah, Cormier comes from the east, but it's especially Canadian, Acadian. So Eastern Canadian is really where a lot of my family comes from, Miss Ellen Baggett. Now, Lassie Herbert asked what astrology program I'm using, and this is Kala software created by Ernst Wilhelm. For sure. A grand air trine with Mercury involved. Let's see. Yeah, you definitely... A grand air trine. Yeah, I see there's the air trine between outer planets, the North Node, and Saturn, which is definitely interesting. I don't see what you mean by Mercury being involved with that air trine, but I guess maybe because Saturn is in Gemini. Now, I'm going to check to see your Mercury is retrograde, and it doesn't necessarily say whether it's combust or not, which sucks. That's one thing that sucks about it's a bug that Ernst Wilhelm's software still has to work out. But Mercury is retrograde. It's hard to say whether it's combust or not. I've seen Mercury's in this position that could be combust. It's retrograde. Could be a more positive thing. I'm going to say that Mercury... See, Mercury has the sun for a friend. So if it's not combust, then it's with its friend. But in this case, I'd say that Mercury is getting burned a little bit by that exalted sun, no matter how you kind of dice it or slice it. And Chiron is there. Chiron in Aries with the sun, the strong sun here. There's definitely some lessons related to Aries, to showing up for yourself, your own power. And the sun has the ability to show up for those lessons, which is a nice thing. Sun and Mercury are very much opposite Pluto in Libra. How very interesting. Pluto is right at the beginning of Libra in this chart. So as Pluto comes into Aquarius, let's get our Pluto here. Now Pluto, as everyone can see here, is transiting Aquarius. And as Pluto transits Aquarius, it's very much trine with the natal Pluto here and trine to Saturn. So I'd say that there's some positive stuff going on there. Yeah, the trine is Saturn, Pluto, and North Node. I got you. It's dancing on your North Node right now for sure. Oh, look at that. Ellen Baggett. I was just talking about the story of people coming from Acadia to Louisiana. I want to go to Louisiana one day, Ellen, so maybe I'll hook up with you and say hello, and maybe we'll find some Cormiers down there. That'd be super cool. We'll play some music together. So, spring, my friend. Pluto is currently moving through. Right now, it's right on your south node. Sorry, your north node. Let me just realign my brain here for a second. We did a reading for someone else who had the south node in Aquarius. Now we're reading for someone who has the north node in Aquarius. And it's trine natal Pluto and natal Saturn. What an interesting thing happening. I'd say it's all pretty happy stuff going on there. Now, let's see. 72, 82, 92, 2002, 2012, 2022, 53. You just turned probably 53 this year. So, 53. So our friend Spring here, let me think of what that would be. Let's see. 91 is the goat, 79 is the goat, 73 is the ox, 72 is probably the rat. So we've got another rat. This would be the water rat, which is a lot of water in the Taoist signature. Remember, the rat and the snake and the ox and the dragon, these animals are looked down upon in certain cultures, but in Chinese culture, the rat is actually a very powerful sign. Yeah, the water rat. The rat was the first one at the Buddha's bedside. So the rat tends to be initiators of things. They tend to win things a lot. They like to be competitive and to learn the ways of the world. They're very mercurial. They observe the ways of the world, and that helps them to beat the world. There's nothing new under the sun, and the rat can always make something new out of the eternal sameness of the world. They're interested in history, especially water rat, because rat is already a water, Taoist water sign. So a water rat would be even more so. There's a mysticism there. Pluto came into Aquarius, it fully made it to Aquarius around 2023. That's when it was done retrograding. It went through the loop, and it fully, officially resonated with Pluto in Aquarius. So it's been there since about 2023, to answer Mia more. Now, at 53 years old, you have probably been, let's see, about 10 years ago, would have been 2015, you would have experienced Rahu maturing at 43. 5 years later would have been 2020, right around the recent pandemic. You would have had your South Node mature at age 48. And then in 2022, you would have started to come into balance and harmony as the Sun period came together at age 50. So everybody has dashas, and everybody has what's called planetary periods. The planetary periods, it's Nisargika dasha. So this is something you hear me talking about it all the time in my chart, in my readings. We start with the moon from age 0 to 1. This is a universal genetic script that everybody moves through. From age 0 to 1, all the things shown by Cancer and the moon in your chart are activated. Then from age 1 to 3, the terrible twos, where we learn about our motor functions, everything related to Mars cracks open in your chart. Then from age 3 to age 12, everything related to Mercury opens up. You're in the Mercury period. Mercury, Virgo, Gemini. And anything that shows in those signs and with those planets, with that planet, is going to be activated and made a deep impression at that time. It's pre-pubescent. I'm the prince, the princess, discovering what I want to do with the world. Then we go through puberty at around age 12, and the Venus period starts to come into our life. What am I? Mercury is like, what am I as a friend before I'm a woman and a man? Then Venus period hits at age 12, and it becomes, what am I as a woman? What does being a woman mean to me? And from age 12 to age 32, we go through the Venus period. From age 32 to age 50, we go through this Jupiter period. Jupiter period is important for all of us. It's an important period related to Dharma, to discovering who we are and what we're doing in our lives. That might have been tough and tricky for you. Especially Pluto was moving through Capricorn, where your debilitated Jupiter is, from 2008 to 2023. And you were really going through that Jupiter period. Let's see, you would have been 32 in 2005, really 2004. You would have been in your Jupiter period at 32 years old. And from 2004 till about 2022, you were going through that Jupiter stuff. And at the same time, Pluto was moving through Capricorn, where your Jupiter sits. This is what we call confluence. So you remember, everybody experiences the Jupiter period from age 32 to age 50. So you were moving through the Jupiter period from age 32 to 50, and Pluto was moving through Capricorn, where your Jupiter is, pretty much that whole period. Like, it's lined up, so it's pretty much perfectly lined up, so that whole period was a Plutonian drag for you. As you seem to be saying here, I could see how that might have been tough and that might have been a bummer. Now, Jupiter has goodness for you, especially if you end up being a Sagittarius rising, but, regardless, Jupiter has goodness for all of us. You know, I've got Venus debilitated in Virgo, but that's still where my Venus is. I still experience great joy through Virgo because I have a benefic planet there. Though there's feelings of loss, of struggle, of awkwardness and incompatibility and frustration that can come from that planet. But it's still, if I'm going to get the benefic energy of Venus, I got to get it through where it is in my chart. In the same way, if you're going to get the benefic energy of Jupiter, you got to get it from where it is in your chart. And there's always goodness there. Jupiter's the great benefic. It's, you know, it's a catch-22 to have a Jupiter placed in a place like this. It has weak Vimshopak, meaning like in the first few Vargas, if we were to probably look at it, let's see, Varga Vimshopak. How would I find that? Well, it's not going to give it to me. Well, you'd see the dignities in the Vargas here. So yeah, what we can see is Jupiter is debilitated in the first, the D1, the D2, the D3, the D4. It's an enemy in the D9. It's exalted in the D10, which is nice. But those first difficult places show that this Jupiter has an unconscious sort of difficulty that it's trying to move through in a lot of those earlier Varga charts. And they have to do with the dense aspects of our human existence. So all this goes to say that Pluto moving through this spot while you were in the Jupiter period was probably cleaning up a lot of this Jupiter karma. Now, something that is some really good news is that the moon is in Cancer, and the moon is a pretty happy moon. It's square to the sun, which is not its favorite thing, but it's still a bright moon, and it's getting even brighter by it's moving towards full, right? It's waxing. So this is technically a benefic bright moon, which is opposite Jupiter. And what's most important, what I'm trying to say here, even if it was a dark moon, the moon is Jupiter's friend. The moon delights Jupiter. So Jupiter is hugely delighted by that moon. And it's getting a pretty good aspect from Mars as well. Mars has a sort of a fourth house aspect. And it's just catching... excuse me. We're talking about Jupiter here. Mars is aspecting that Jupiter. So what it probably is, yeah. Mars has technically an 8th house aspect. Vedic astrology, Mars and Saturn have their own specific aspects. So that's why this Mars is technically hitting Jupiter, and Mars is a friend to Jupiter as well. So Jupiter has some delight, which is really going to help it through its junk. You know, you can look forward to this Jupiter energy. It's basically faith in goodness, no matter where your Jupiter is. That whole Pluto going through Capricorn from 2008 to 2013 was probably teaching you there's what is good about that Jupiter in the 3rd house. You know, there's probably lots that can be said about it. Remember, I have to be careful because we don't know if you're a Scorpio or a Sagittarius. But Jupiter being in Capricorn still has some goodness to express and to share. And the Pluto going through that would have taught you about how, you know, Jupiter in Capricorn, it's in the root chakra. And so there's probably an intelligence with money. There's probably an intelligence of, you know, smartening up, of learning how the world, when it was going through the pandemic, you know, how do I protect myself and still remain inspired and still have a dharma and a desire to keep moving forward in a way that brings me happiness while the world is shaking and tough and difficult. Jupiter, it delights anything that it touches. Even when it's debilitated, it's still bringing some goodness to Capricorn. So there's some psychological self-realization available here, especially with the moon opposite that Jupiter. And so this period was probably teaching you to get the best out of Jupiter. Now Jupiter, it's this theme of dharma. So at age 12 to 32, It's breakfast is what I call it. It's Venus. So we eat some maple syrup with some pancakes and some fruits, and it's all very sweet. And we need that sweetness to carry us through life. But then we get to lunchtime, and it's Jupiter. It's not about the sweetness anymore. It's not about when we're in relationships in the Venus period. It's ooey gooey, kissy kissy, I love you, I love you. Eventually, relationships take on a deeper meaning. Now, that ooey gooey, kissy kissy, I love you, is still good for all of us, especially for woman. Woman is the goddess. Woman has the sugar that helps the medicine go down. The Venus period, up to 32, would have taught you about how to be happy as a woman. That's just before, then 2004, 2005, 2006 hit, and you came into your mid-30s, and you would have came into lunchtime. It's during the lunch period now where you are not eating sweetness. You're eating something that's supposed to carry you throughout the rest of the day. With Jupiter, we're learning about guru. What are the basic essential talents and skills that I have that I can teach? And how do I also get taught? How do I expand? Jupiter's about higher education. So Pluto would have been really pulling on your need and your desire for survival reasons to take care of your bottom end of things by learning about money, something perhaps to do with career, something to do with, it's going to be at the lower bottom of your chart. So it's going to have something to do with internal happiness. With Jupiter, Pluto was teaching your Jupiter of how do I squeeze blood from a stone? Oatmeal and broccoli for lunch. Yeah, I understand. So there was probably an experience of making much off of little. And how do I get good at and even enjoy making much out of little? There's almost an inclination here of, God, it's a song that could make me cry. The Coat of Many Colors. I will cry if I move through it. It's this kid was born to a poor family, and his mother stitched him together a coat of many colors. And the kid thought it was beautiful. I think it's so beautiful that my mother made it just for me, and she put love in every stitch. And it's a rainbow coat. I can't believe I have this special rainbow coat. And he takes it to school, and the kid's so excited to show everybody, I've got this beautiful rainbow coat. And everyone looks at him as like, your mother stitched that together from a bunch of old clothing because you're probably, you're poor, or that you're having your mother and your family have to take the scraps. In order to take those scraps, it makes me want to cry. I love that song very much. It's a beautiful song, All these scraps that the mother had to take is what this kid finds so beautiful, that it was made specially for me. But everyone thinks that it's like this grungy thing, So this can happen for somebody who would be going through Pluto, transiting the chart while Jupiter is in Capricorn. I don't know if you had an experience like this, but these are the kind of the themes where how do I be like that kid who's happy and feels special, making something soulful out of the scraps. And Jupiter ultimately, yeah, no problem, Spring. Jupiter ultimately is a good planet that has the ability to have abundance. And your dharma is in there. The dharma of everybody for this lunch period is you finding and discovering for yourself how you can be excited to make abundance out of wherever Jupiter is. In Capricorn, it's like materially intelligent. It can be have like a capitalist mindset. It can learn of how the world works. You can probably be a great asset to a company, to an institution that has a certain way of operating in the world, a certain tax system, managing employees. We pay our employees this much. It takes this much to produce things. And in the end, we make this much money as profit. And that profit allows us to expand our business, but we've also got to feed the people in our company. Jupiter learns how to curb all the corners in a company in Capricorn so that the company ultimately makes it work. You're a creative copywriter. I wonder what you mean by a creative copywriter. So a copywriter is you help people who would write like something or create a business of some sort or create an item, and you help them to get the business license. You write ads. Cool. Okay, cool. You write ads. Interesting. So that takes a business savviness, and there's a creativity to it too. You know, it's interesting to think about what kind of creative stuff is going on there for you. So thank you, Spring. You write commercials and ads and that kind of thing. Okay, that definitely takes some creativity. You know, Jupiter, this creative planet, moving through, finding some practical business purpose to move through it with. Now, I want to start unwinding into, you know, there's lots to say about the chart. I'm sticking to things where I don't need to use the houses. And that's part of how this reading is going here. So I always like to challenge myself to do so. Now, however you dice it or slice it, you have Pluto moving through your north node in Aquarius. So, you know, the south node in Pluto in Leo is definitely going to show the south node in Leo has a creative instinct. With the south node in Leo, you have this desire to create things and to be known as the creator of this specific thing. There's an inspiration with the south node in Leo. But you could possibly get locked into a loophole, like a closed box of inspiration, especially with that Jupiter in Capricorn. You might find that you've got lots of creative capacity and inspiration, but you have to duck your head in order to channel the specific material business purposes of clients that you're working for. You probably desire to be more creative than the universe sometimes will allow you to. But it is a nice thing when you can use your creativity and get paid a decent amount for it. And that allows you to continue to feel like you're getting something out of it. And this is important for the North Node in Aquarius. What you're probably learning right now is how to be appreciated for the sticks that you bring in, throwing it into the communal fire, and enjoying what you do. Feeling fully as creative as you possibly can. Learning to stand out in your field, and to make standing out in your field meaningful for you. You know, when you think about it, I always like to just, you know, there's so much to be said about the nodes in their signs. And I'll often read from my book here. This is Decoding Zodiac by Pratish Bhattacharya. There are limitations in recent tech disruptions with AI. Yeah, with the North Node in Aquarius, AI is an interesting one, especially for someone like you. Yeah, okay. So, you know, for someone who's a creative writer making ads, I'm sure that people have leaned on you to write commercials, to write out the prompts, to write the scripts, to have the whole idea and to pull it all together. And I'm sure that AI is coming along and can easily endanger a job like that. It's hitting you right in the face. Now, AI is something which we all have to understand. You know, there's a wonderful picture. I bet you I can find it. Instead of describing it, I'm on the internet. So let's see here. Google.ca. Light bulb hung by candles. So you guys have probably seen this picture before. A pic with a message. Is it can actually, let me see a bigger one. It's only this tiny guy. Yeah. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Can you guys see what I'm looking at? Yes, you can. So this is this pic with a message. All these candles are here, and they're all these guys, and they're sitting with their hands at their backs, and they're just all demure and dour. And they're about to hang this awful heretic for the awful, mean, terrible new ideas that this heretic has. And of course, he's a light bulb. So none of the candle people understand what the light bulb guy is doing, and that's why they're hanging the light bulb guy. So this is the thing about AI, is that the world is it's going there. And the creatives are being culled, So, yeah, every creative person is feeling what AI is doing. I'm not going to lie to you, man. I make good fucking use out of ChatGPT. Not so much as a writer, although there's times where I'll write something and ask ChatGPT, what do you think about this thing? Although I still have my signature. I'm the one doing the writing. ChatGPT can reflect on my writing all it wants, but it's not going to do the writing for me. And AI is going to make people who produce original content stand out. So there is a plus. There's always a plus. And AI is coming, and it's supposed to be a thing. You got to learn to make technology work for you. And with Pluto moving through Aquarius, with you having your north node there, you really are going to have to figure out what it means for you to have AI be on your side, because it's moving through your north node, and it's probably tricky for you. You've probably had to learn over time to feel like, I'm a lion and I've got all these talents and these skills, but I have to make my skills be useful as a contribution to the collective. You have to make your skills be useful as a contribution to the collective. Now, no matter how you dice it or slice it, it looks to me like, if I look at our cusps here, you got the 10th cusp is actually in Virgo at 11 degrees Virgo. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, really your south node is closer to the 9th cusp. The 9th cusp is at 10 degrees of Leo. And so that means that the 3rd cusp is around 10 degrees of Aquarius. That's interesting. But either way, the north node's closer to the bottom of the chart. The south node's closer to the top of the chart. So there is this sort of theme of the north node having to learn how to strategize, how to not be too stuck on morals, to think outside the box, and to think strategically in a hard way for yourself, how you can carve out a niche that takes advantage of AI in a third house way. You need to struggle with it. You need to ask others about it. You need to be strategical, and even you're sword fighting in a playful game of sword fighting with it. And, it's probably worth us looking at the health of your D3 chart. Shodasha Varga. It's not going to... Venus is debilitated. Mars is exalted, but it's also Jupiter is debilitated. But Mars is exalted in your D3. That's a really good thing. And the sun is exalted in your D3. The moon is in its own sign. Yeah, the D3 is not doing too bad for you. So the D3 relates to the 3rd house. It relates to the capacity to kind of have a sword fight and to struggle in a positive way against some kind of onslaught of some oncoming enemy, and to deal with it, to fight against it, to make it work for you. Really, what this is going to come down to is you as a creative making it work for you. Saturn is the ruler of Aquarius, and Pluto is moving through Saturn's sign, and that's where your north node is. Your north node is so used to Leo, which is I'm just going to put in a lot of energy and radiate and shine and put in a lot of creative energy into this thing that I do and show off to everybody and make myself stand out. And Aquarius is the backside of Leo. Leo actually just wants to put on its sunglasses and chill out and be happy knowing that I've got a skill that people know I'm a valuable contributor. I got my thing figured out. When it's time to get the gazelle, yeah, all right. I actually need to stretch. Me and my Leo rising. The lion needs to stretch, do its thing. All right. Now it's time for me to show up and do my thing. And because it's respected for what it does, it goes and gets the biggest gazelle that it can, and it nails that gazelle with its creative force and inspiration and power, puts a lot of force and energy into this thing that it's doing, gets the one gazelle, and everyone sees and supports and respects the lion because that lion drags that big gazelle back, gives it to everybody, and it doesn't... It is a part of everybody. It listens to everybody. It's not just in its own little world trying to prove to itself that it can catch the gazelle and I can catch 1,000,000 gazelles. You know, it gives exactly the right amount of the big gazelles to the rest of the tribe, and the tribe loves that the lion king is happy with itself. It's self-satisfied, and it's teaching others to be self-satisfied. But in order to do that, you have to have a gig that you know is your thing, that people respect, that you are actually contributing to a field. So it's not enough to be locked in a zone of infinite creativity. You also have to contribute to your field in a way that people appreciate and respect. Now, with Pluto being trine your natal Pluto right now and trine your natal Saturn, there is positive indications of you moving through this in a positive way. I got good hopes for your Saturn. Really, this is a pretty good chart, all things considered. You got a very strong sun. The moon is happily delighted. No planets are really being skunked or left out in any gross way. The Shad Bala is doing well for everything. This is a good chart. This is like wow, look at the sun. Damn. So the sun is exalted in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, 9th, 10th, 12th, and 16th Varga chart. It's a good friend in the D60 chart. That's a very powerful sun. Saturn's doing pretty good too. Great friend, 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 friend. Exalted, great friend, friend. Own house, great friend, great friend. Like there's only, wow. Saturn has got some crazy strong Varga strength, and so does the sun. And you seem like you've got this, you seem like you've got the right attitude. Like, you know, you're just like, you know, issues just fall off, like water off a duck's back. So you have a lot of internal inherent strength to get through. The sun and Saturn being so strong in your chart is an amazing thing because that's where the nodes are. This is the main evolutionary narrative that's probably moving through your chart. And what it is, it's compensation. It's a proper sense of ego where you can be relied upon to be who you are as a woman through the sun. People can rely on you because you have an inspiration to create a kingdom and to bring people to your kingdom for what you are and who you are. Brown skin lady, I don't use asteroids outside of Chiron. Sometimes I use Chiron, but not really. I'd rather use the classic 7 planets. I'll leave the asteroids for other astrologers to do because in my opinion, the Vedic people have never used the asteroids. Some say it's because they didn't have the telescopes for it, but there is a deep reason why the Vedic people believe you can get everything you need out of a reading by talking about the main 7 planets. The asteroids are kind of going to be the bottom of the food chain, and so that's why I don't talk about them as much. Now, for the sake of our friend Spring here, you know, you're a woman, and the nodes are moving through this male signs of Leo and Aquarius. The sun is in a male sign. The moon's in a female sign. It's nice that the moon is in Cancer. And the Atmakarika Mars is also in a female sign. So there's enough, you know, you're born at night, which is also a good feminine signature as well. all of these things are kind of signifying that you've got some capacity to think through the woman energy. But the nodes are working through male energy of showing up in the world, being an ambitious woman, being creative, doing something powerful that you can be respected and revered for, that makes you a balanced, energetic contribution in your nervous system. That's what Aquarius needs to do, is find ways of, again, not allowing itself to be taken by parasites. It wants to make its contribution, to be respected for its contribution, and it has to put in some work and effort in order to really be appreciated for what it does. So Aquarius North Node has to humble itself and work for the common people and do something that's not necessarily their suckhole of creativity. But if you can break outside of your favorite comfort zone of how you be creative, it's what the lion is in Vedic astrology. We say it's a lion by itself beside a fire in the forest, in the jungle. It rules its own world. But Aquarius is a water bearer that lives in the city. It's a human. It walks on two legs, and it's bearing water for other people. Now, the South Node is your past lives. You've done a lot of your own Leo creativity of trying to prove to yourself. You've gotten past your own limits. It's, even your Leo needs to come into balance through the North Node in Aquarius, especially with Pluto moving here. And what this means for the North Node in Aquarius is humbling yourself and coming down to what other humans do through a Shudra class, through an air sign. This transition of Pluto in transit is from our birth chart. To answer LS, we are looking at this person's chart. They were born at this time, and Pluto is moving through Aquarius, and we're looking at their natal birth chart. The North Node in Aquarius, Aquarius is this water bearer who is down to earth with everybody else. Not to say that you're not, but you probably feel like, this is what it feels like for Shudra. When we have the North Node, especially you've probably been humbled by that period when Pluto was moving through Capricorn. But now that Pluto is in Aquarius, what is kind of happening here is it's a Shudra sign. Shudra was the lowest caste in the ancient caste system. But the castes really, they're intended to represent the elements as sort of a metaphorical thing. The Shudra caste, which was the air signs, they were the people, what it means is that they work as hard as they play. The Shudra people are the air signs, and they, for example, they don't forget people's birthdays. They're big on celebrating. They work very hard, and then they're the ones who are like union workers who would say, we deserve to take a week off for Christmas. And so I don't care about what's happening here. I've been showing up all fucking week, every week for the last few months. We'll work what we got to do. I got to do to be a part of the team. But everybody, come on. Let's give ourselves the time and hang out for Christmas with our families. So the Shudra people, they love celebrations. They love Christmas with their family. They love New Year's. They love those times in the calendar where they have an excuse to get together and celebrate life and all the time that they've put in with their friends. And with the North Node in an air sign, it shows that you're not doing this. It shows that you're not hanging out with your friends enough. Mind you, you've got Saturn in Gemini, which is an air sign. And so that'll help you have a little bit of this sort of humbling, I like to hang out with my friends and be connected to people. Your Saturn being good lets me know that Saturn, when it is good, it operates almost like Saturn in Libra. You're sharing with people, you're contributing to others' lives. You're not just working like a lion by yourself, working yourself to death. Right. So when you say not at all, I mean, yeah, so you probably mean when you say not at all, you mean that you're not doing this enough. You're not celebrating life perhaps enough. With Pluto at the very beginning of Libra here, Pluto has to go through this lesson of being a part of the world in an energetic transference way. You're learning at this point in a harmonious way. Things are set up harmoniously for you. Like, this is a nice reading. Things are set up harmoniously for you so that the world is out there for you to connect and harmonize with in an enjoyable way. And you might even find when you do so that through your job, you even make friends. And the people that you work with as a Leo, you need to start to learn to enjoy working with people as a fellow employee or as a fellow creative person, and use them and their skills and their investment capacity to work together and enjoy working together with other people. If we knew your rising sign, I could be a bit more clear about this. But this is generally what, with Ketu and Leo, we're spending too much time in the heat of tapasya, of developing on ourselves, having discipline, improving myself, making myself better so that everybody can see that I'm working hard. Everyone should see how hard I'm working. The Aquarius, the Rahu in Aquarius. So this is what it kind of happens. And I'm going to read a bit from my book here. They grew up with the pressure and expectation of being the best of their clan. You probably grew up as a child with the South Node in Leo, that your parents and your brothers and everybody probably pushed you to be the best, to be the lion, to be the best that you can be. You're pushed to prove and maintain your superiority among peers in certain areas of life, especially wherever Ketu is by house. It's probably in ninth house, probably feeling like it's a dharma thing. Like, I am doing what my dad wanted me to do. I'm showing up for my parents and being a good girl and being the best at whatever I'm doing. And this, with Ketu and Leo, it becomes, you're not trying to be the best. With the soul, the soul is a golf, dude. It's not a sport. It's a game. You got to show up to beat yourself and to improve upon yourself. But when it becomes a sport, I mean, mind you, the sun is exalted in Aries, so at some level, there is nothing wrong with competing and getting out there and clashing your swords and improving yourself. But ultimately, what happens with Ketu and Leo is that they try to maintain superiority among their peers in a way that is like a little bit egoic. Like, it's like, you can't be happy just being not showing everybody that you're on top of your game. It's like you have to be showing that you're you're tight, you're on top of your game, you're the best you've ever been, and everyone's like, okay, I get it. This is what happens with Ketu and Leo. This brings high expectations from family about your ability to bring glory to your lineage by exhibiting skill and leadership in the family trade sometimes too. You might be doing something that your parents might have pushed you to do and to be. You're almost bearing the cross of your family's pride. Now, as you grow up through these incredible pressures, the pressure of always being on top starts to crack you down. And this is the North Node in Aquarius, bringing you back down to the water bearer. Early life was rocky. You're the red-headed stepchild, more or less. So I could see how that kind of reality and that kind of consciousness might have made you feel like you weren't as good as the other kids or as loved. And again, with the North Node, with the nodes in Leo and Aquarius, it's going to have more of this compensation complex. Are you feeding Hollywood blood to the vampires by not feeling happy with who you are? Are you compensating for the lack of love and support from when you were a child by showing up and really being number one and showing up for the world? And are you doing that for yourself, or are you doing it for this ghost that you're chasing, that I was always the red-headed ginger stepchild that now has to prove to myself that I'm something? at some level, you having a good sun, you are going to move through, that's probably what you move through in your 40s, is how do you find the right spiritual ambition? How do I do my ambition in a way that is a spiritual evolution and a growth for me? It's a game of golf where I can beat myself. And how do I also allow myself, with all your solar energy and your exalted sun, you're allowed to compete. You're allowed to come out and prove yourself and to try to do hard and do well, and that's okay. Around the nodal return and around the time the nodes begin to mature, the expectation of people on you makes you want to run away from the pressure of being the alpha. You want to escape into the anonymousness of Aquarius. But a lifetime of training to be the best makes you highly skilled and confident in certain areas, which you cannot simply give up overnight. Being able to, especially the south node close to the 9th house, you could be a religious person, a philosophical person, an intelligent, a highly educated person. You've probably got a strong education and you don't want to piss it away and waste it. So now you want to use, I got to validate, I put all this time into my education, depending on where Saturn is, where it is, it's pretty well placed. So you probably worked hard to have skills, talent, and education. Competition is something you're trying to avoid. Undue ambition. Compensation for feeling small. If you have nothing to prove to anybody, then your inspiration is coming from your soul to do well, to compete. So competition, it's not competition that's wrong. It's trying, a good competitor, a Quaker, cool. A good competitor is someone, it's like Goku, from Dragon Ball Z. Goku is this little fella who's a super strong being from another planet, but he doesn't know it and nobody else knows it. But the thing about Goku from Dragon Ball is that he's got a beautiful, pure spirit. He loves a challenge. And when he comes up and somebody is challenging him and competing with him, he's like, oh my God, amazing, a competitor. Wow, I've been getting so strong and it's been kind of hard for me to find somebody who's up to my level, so I can't wait. This other person's like an arrogant asshole, and they're like, you? Yeah, right. Let's do an arm wrestle. And Goku's like, oh boy, I love doing arm wrestles. And this guy's like, goes to do it, and oh my God, I can't. And then Goku's like, yeah, come on, let's do it. Oh boy, I'm so excited. And the guy tries really hard, and he beats Goku. He's like, yeah, whoa, I knew I wasn't going to lose. And Goku's like, wow, amazing. How did you do that? The way you put your body like that, I could see I could see the way that you're sitting, you're grounding yourself, I almost want to try the way you're doing it. The guy's like, yeah, well, okay. And Goku does it, and he watches what the person's doing, and then bang, Goku wins. The guy's like, no way. But Goku doesn't care about the competition. Goku's just excited to get better. This is the energy of the sun at its purest. It's this radiant desire to constantly improve without the whole ego game of the ugly side of competition. So Goku is stacked. So, yeah, his chart's probably stacked for sure. So this energy is the Ketu in Leo has to learn to do this with its power, with its energy, with its creativity. It's amazing to be excited to get better. Don't be afraid to compete and to be the best that you can. But the desire to be the best that you can should come with Aquarius in the North Node. So when you the problem with the North Node in Aquarius is there's probably times when you try to live an ordinary, humble life, away from the applause and the applause and the attention of the crowd. So you try too hard to be just a normal person. That's one thing about Goku is that he's got Leo and Aquarius figured out. So he can be a normal guy. He can be sitting, he's a short dude. No one believes that he's the super strong guy. And he's sitting at the table and he's like, he's not going to be like, hey, bitch, give me the peas. I'm stronger than you. I could kick your ass. So you better give me those peas. no one even realizes he's this strong guy. So he's like, excuse me, could you please pass those peas? The other person's like, sure, pass the peas. Goku's just eating his thing. He can be a normal guy and be playful, and he takes time to actually go to hang out at Christmas. He takes time to hang out with his friends and to have a social reality. And this is the Aquarius side of the North Node, South Node axis. You've got a good sun, which means you're good at the Goku competition healthiness. Now, what you got to learn to do with the North Node in Aquarius, which Pluto's teaching you right now, is to come down to earth, come to the bottom of your chart, and to have a happy private life outside of this showing up for everybody energy. The North Node in Aquarius makes a fool out of themselves because Rahu is there. Because their whole life they've just been good at, people love me because I'm Leo. They love me for what I do. And this is like any rock star, any famous actor. People love them because, oh my God, that's Jack Black. You hang out with Jack Black and it's like, hey man, can I buy you a beer? And like, can I do anything for you? Yes. And they're a yes man. And Jack Black and, Johnny Depp, any famous actor, they have a whole bunch of people who just want to say, dude, I hung out with that fucking guy who's famous, which means nothing to anybody anyway. But I could say that I hung out with Jack Black for a minute, but Jack Black becomes soulless. Jack Black doesn't seem soulless, but all these guys, they become so tired of people loving them, not for for hanging out with them, but people come to them because they are this object. I want to love this object, but they don't love the person within the object. That's Aquarius. How do you remind people that there's something beyond what I do? Which is what I am when I'm not even trying. Hanging amongst the people and even contributing to people, loving people, and you need Leo. You need to have confidence and energy. Ideally, someone with this axis going well is that you're still the person who everybody loves for doing what you do, but you can go down to earth and hold someone's hand and say, so like, what happened with you? Ace Frehley from Kiss isn't a good example of this. He's famous for, he's in Kiss. He's one of the guys with the makeup on. But he's famous for like, he would put on his makeup and come to the show, and he'd got to be drunk, and he's sort of like this kind of guy who's, I don't know, maybe he's got problems with the Leo thing. But he comes out there and he rips guitar. He's a good guitarist. And then he's done. He wipes everyone keeps their makeup on. And they go out and they're like, hey, everybody, we're Kiss. Yeah, we're those guys. Ace Frehley's the first one. Takes off his makeup. He's like, okay, I'll see you guys later. And he walks out of the audition. He walks out of the stage. He's no longer got his makeup on. And he goes to the bar. And he has a beer. And he looks beside the person beside him. And this is just some schlub who just got off work working at the factory. And Ace Frehley's like, hey man, how's it going? Can I buy you a beer? What's going on? Where are you from? From Maine? Oh, cool. What's Maine like? I'm from New Jersey, so I have this thing, there are cows there and stuff, I play in a band, I do a bit of music. I don't know if you'd know me, but what about you? What do you do? This is Ace Frehley. Is like he takes off the makeup and then he's actually curious and interested about spending time being with the common person. And this is what the North Node in Aquarius needs to do. They've got inexperience using Aquarius, so they often seem insulting and patronizing to people when they're trying to talk to people, come down to their level. And this disappoints them so that they come back to Leo to gain confidence and autonomy. This goes back and forth until they figure out that the only way to unite Rahu with Ketu is to bring their excellence and natural leadership qualities of Leo to help alleviate the suffering of the common folk through proper vision and inspiration. If the nodes are healthy, these people realize that they must perfect Leo in order to actually leave it behind for good and wander off into the jungle of Rahu, of Aquarius. They realize true humility arises from a sense of absolute internal confidence. They can give up the mirror, and only when they have perfected it to the point of not needing it anymore. You seem to be missing the Leo side of the equation. So that would be where thank you for clarifying. So you've got the south node in Leo. And your Leo, the sun is strong in your chart. It's exalted. You know, you've definitely got strength with the sun there. But since you've got the north node there, it's probably always still going to feel like it's difficult for you to fully come into it and to feel like you're happy and satisfied with it. And this might be a psychological thing. While Pluto is going through Aquarius, you might be actually pretty good with what you're doing with your creativity. But you might do you well to perhaps spring if you don't feel like you've fully got the Leo side of the equation. If you're not happy, if you don't feel creative and respected for your creativity. Number one, Pluto is opposite Leo, which means both of your nodes are being worked out right now. Literally had to tell your boss tell you shouldn't have been the next one to be promoted, but she didn't think I had the confidence. You should have been the next one to be promoted, but she didn't think you had the confidence. Okay, that's very clear. Well, obviously, you have what it takes to have gotten there. You're the most creative writer, but no confidence. And you seem to have what I would consider to be that confidence in your chart. You know, the moon has Saturn behind it, which is still, you know, it's Saturn's in the 12th from the moon, which signifies some possible difficulty. But the moon is not chemodrama, although it is close to the south node. So there is some moon chemodrama there. So you might have a little bit of an insecurity emotionally with your private life, especially because the north node is on the bottom of the chart. You know, there might be a signification of having to balance your work life with your private life, because your private life is a part of how you show up with confidence in your career. So you might want to talk with people, with any lover you have, with your friends, about what is it that makes me not have the confidence that I seek, especially right now. Remember I said there's breakfast, which is the Venus period, up to age 32. Then 32 to age 50 is the Jupiter period. Then from age 50 to age 70 is the Sun period. And life is probably pushing you right now and putting pressure on you to, number one, you have to play this game of golf for yourself. Not get too nervous about getting it right. You know, you probably overthink, like any good, I'm a musician and I got Leo rising. And when I go out on stage, it can be nerve-wracking sometimes, but one reason when it's not nerve-wracking to be on stage with an instrument, playing your thing, is because I've been practicing with my buddies for week on end with this thing that we love to do. We're just, you know, I'm making myself excited. I'm shaking my own nut sack and just, woof, man, this is this thing that I do, and I just love to do it. And I practice so long with nobody watching me, no audience, because we practice every week. Then we get on stage, and I'm thinking, people often ask me, you know, do you get nervous when you get on stage? And I'm like, I'm more excited to share this thing that we've been working on. We've been doing this thing every week. Like, I can finally show people this thing. And now I'm on stage. I'm excited to share it. So you can't really do that if the thing that you do for your creative inspiration is something that is, you don't constantly practice it for your own joy. You're grinding yourself and saying, oh, I got to do this thing to impress people, to impress my boss. And you have to find a way to tap into that creative intuition, that creative inspiration that is not based on some kind of psychological complex. It might take a lot of meditation. It might take contemplation on letting go of whatever egoic thing that happened to you as a child to stop you from feeling like you're valid and secure in yourself. You know, there might be something inside of you that, yeah, you know, that's a good one, Rabbi. Like, if there's something that you can do with your creativity, I mean, you might have your gig and you might not, you know, you didn't make this promotion, but as time goes on, you might want to try while they're in the sun period. Now is the time to get the most out of, you know, the sun period is the final flowering. Venus is breakfast, when the seed is sprouting and coming through. Jupiter is when the seed is getting its stem and it's starting to become the flower. And now the sun period is when the flower finally blooms. One of the reasons that the sun really needs Jupiter to channel itself. And so you might find that with your Jupiter placed the way it is, because you're doing Jupiter in Capricorn, you do your creative work, you ask advice about education and getting better at your thing for the sake of being purposeful. Whereas Jupiter does best when it's exalted in Cancer. And you do it for your own soul joy. How do I get better at this in order to make myself happy? So when it comes to your creative capacity, to share what you are as a Leo, to share your talents and skills, you got to ask yourself, how can I do this in order to make myself happy? To beat myself at my own game, and to kind of let go of the mirror, to let go of necessarily impressing people. And once you do that, you'll tap into how I can share this in a way that does contribute to society. It's a bit of a tricky thing. It's good exercising my brain to talk about it, and I can see we've got a 4.5 hour long video here. I can feel my brain starting to fizzle out a little bit here. I want to do you justice here, though. What I think is happening here, the best thing that I could tell you for a chart like this, at age 53, you're in the sun period, and you've got Ketu in Leo, and Leo is being lit up. Whatever's in Leo is being lit up right now. I'd also like to check out you're in the Mercury period, and eventually you're going to be in Ketu at 59 years old, but that's still quite a ways away. With Mercury, there's a bit of a, Mercury's with the sun in Aries. Really, I would say right now it's important for you to communicate and talk about how I can be more inspired and happy with this thing that I'm doing so I can share it and contribute it with the people around me. Getting better at Leo so you can share it through Aquarius in a down-to-earth way without this pressure. How do you get yourself out of the pressure that is causing you to feel not confident? I wouldn't think that you're not a confident person. It's when you let go of expectation. I would not think from reading your chart that you are not a confident person. So I think the pressure, I always say when Pluto is moving through something, it means that there's something we haven't dealt with for 250 soul years. Awesome, Spring. And when Pluto is going through Aquarius, we are learning the shadow of Leo. So if Leo is this important period for you, but Pluto is going through Aquarius, you might do well to ask what is being released through Aquarius, through Leo, what is being released psychologically that has stopped me from doing Leo the best that I can. And it might be a compensation complex. There's this feeling like I've got to impress people. And it might be that the reason you think you've got to impress people is because you're not happy in your personal private life. You don't spend enough time hanging out with people and making them happy, impressing them with how you are, but not because you've got this job and you've got to entertain them, but because you're having a coffee with your friends, you have a party with your friends, and you've got a joy that you can just release and enjoy who you are in this private way. Enjoy doing that, relieve the pressure that way, so that when you go into your creative job, it's like, this isn't all this creative pressure to do this thing. You might want to see some kind of creative therapist, somebody who can help you work out how do I sit and do my creative writing and be under the pressure of my job while still being happy and being healthy with the way that I do it. Because Robbie's right. I like how the Lajatati Avashtas are looking for the sun and for Saturn in this chart. So be patient with yourself. And for you, you seem so happy-go-lucky, Spring. I think especially when it comes to this Pluto reading, there's a lot to be said for you about asking people around you of how you can explore being creative and without that pressure. And seek to relieve the pressure in your personal private life, but also by experimenting and exploring. The North Node is close to your third house cusp, so you really have to communicate, especially in this Mercury period, because remember, there's the dasha and then there's the period. You're in the sun period. Everyone goes through the sun period at age 50, but you are going through the Mercury dasha. It's Mercury o'clock in your soul. And so I would say Mercury here is learning to communicate, to explore, to ask different ways, to think sideways. What are new ways that I can explore who I am and what I do? Pluto is trine your Saturn and trine your natal Pluto. So there will be air sign social developments that happen through Pluto right now that'll probably help crack you open and find people, friends, social connections, opportunities through Saturn that are probably going to be relieving. I think that, it's Mercury o'clock for you. And I think that this is going to be a relief compared to Pluto in Capricorn. I think the next coming years, it might be a little tough while Pluto goes over the North Node, which you're almost passed through already. And I think ultimately it's going to be a relief because you haven't dealt with Pluto going through Aquarius for 250 soul years, possibly several incarnations. So you're cleaning the deck with Aquarius, which is tied into a lot of important stuff in your chart. At this specific point, having the North Node there, your Saturn is well placed, your Sun is well placed. I think this period is going to bring you some great joy. Yeah. You've gone through the Jupiter lessons. You've really gone through the Jupiter lessons. But you got to take what you learned through that Jupiter period of how to make yourself inspired, how to survive well, how to use financial awareness. You've got Jupiter in Capricorn. While Pluto was going through there, you needed to learn about being minimalist, not spending too much money on frivolous things, and taking your root chakra energy and channeling it into your Ajna chakra. Being smart with your money, channeling your money into purposes that are going to glorify this sun energy which you're now in. Got to use what you learned through the Jupiter period. Use those scraps, make that rainbow cloak, that rainbow coat, and being frugal with your money in this way and your time and your energy, do something practical and creative with your creative writing. Like learn about AI. Learn how to get on the other side of it. There's things like Fiverr, Updraft, I think it's called, where you can go online and make a business by yourself, being a creative writer, or someone who can help to write creative scripts, or even someone who can tell people how to use AI there's things that AI will never be able to do, and we can guide AI to make even more interesting scripts, or you can help people to put a whole video together, and you'd go on Fiverr and be a freelancer. This is just an example. Upwork, that's it. You can use things like this to take technology into your own hands and make it a vital, enjoyable instrument of that sun self-expression that I think is trying to come through your chart at this time. Never repeated. Well, you don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater with those Jupiter lessons that you learned. Be intelligent with your money. Be intelligent with taking your spiritual desire to progress yourself. Because you're probably good at improving on things. You're probably good at improving on your methods and educating yourself on getting better at your creative methods. And what you got to start doing is, instead of putting it all into being a better creative artist, you put that Jupiter energy into how can I have tools, resources, use the internet, use social media, use technology as an instrument to take the creative genius that I already have through Leo. You've worked on that a lot already. Now what you want to do is use it so you feel confident in applying it in a way that people can see and appreciate. That you can get paid for, and that you can get the feeling that you're patted on the back and that you've done what you've needed to do creatively. So I feel like we could wax and wane forever about this. But, you know, I feel good about having spent this time with you. No problem, Spring. You deserve it. Sometimes it's tricky. I got to tell you, if everyone who's an astrologer here, it's good practice to try and read without using the houses. This whole time I tried, we used a bit of house cusps. No matter what, if you're Scorpio or Sagittarius rising, you've still got South Node close to the 9th house and North Node close to the 3rd house. The Sun is you're still born at midnight, still close to the 4th house cusp. Although that usually kills some yoga power, but the Sun is still got great yoga power for you, which is a nice blessing. Saturn is still close to the 7th cusp, no matter how you dice it or slice it. So there's a few things that we could use by knowing almost close to the time. But this reading, I've been really trying my best to do what I can without knowing whether you're a Scorpio or a Sagittarius. It's good practice for me. And I think that I appreciate you, Spring, for allowing us to read your chart. So thank you very much. Little golfer's clap for Spring. Thank you to Robbie Chowdhury for hanging out and giving us some little extra insights. Robbie has been watching me for a while, and Robbie always has some very interesting, very tropical Vedic insights. Yes, Spring. Well, thank you right back as well. We can thank each other. We'll make it Aquarian. It was a mutual contribution for both of us, my friend. Monica, thank you as usual for hanging out with me. Now, Midori, you've been hanging out here. We've had a few people hanging out with us still. You know, we've had Tay has been hanging out. LS was watching for a long time. Lassie Herbert, Mia Moore. It was nice to have Ellen Baggett join us in our membership. So this has been wonderful. And I feel really good about doing, maybe every time I do a reading, we'll do a membership reading for all the members who are hanging out. So if you've been watching this and you enjoyed being able to be a part of it, feel free to join in with membership. It's $3 to join, and you'll be able to get it at the very end. Oh, bless you, Midori. 2 a.m. where you are. Well, thank you for watching. So by joining with membership, you get a chance to possibly have a membership-only reading, which will help to narrow down your ability to get a reading. Eventually, we're going to do members-only videos, live streams. But for now, it's to support me on this channel so I can keep doing what I'm doing here. Thank you very much, everybody. And as well, if you want to check out, I've got some books coming out soon. You can check me out at dustincormier.com/subscribe. If you want to donate, it's already nice enough. Many of you have joined on the membership, and that's easily good enough. My dear friend Robin gave me a huge tip already today. Bless you, Robbie. And finally, if anybody's ever interested, if you're watching this and you'd be interested in having a reading with me, you can check me out at dustincormier.com, or you can email me directly at astrology@dustincormier.com. So LS, you can join by, you'll notice in the chat box, I think somewhere on the top right, there should be an X. If you don't find it there, for anybody who's interested, you should be able to find it, as I said. I think there's a little X on the chat box. I haven't really joined a membership and seen it on the other side. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can go to my channel. You can see my channel, it's youtube.com/howtorock-astrology. You go to the membership panel, and there you'll be able to find out all about the memberships happening from that space. And if you join with membership, it will make me easier to see you. You can have some extra fancy little emojis, and it'll support me and my channel, give you a chance to possibly get a reading, a better chance at getting a reading one of these days. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching. LS, I hope that gets you through there. You can email me if it doesn't end up working for you, and I can probably help you move through it. It should show at the top of this live stream as well. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, there's Midori's. There's Robbie. Nice to see you, Robbie. Glad to have you aboard, Robbie, as a member as well. One of our neuronauts. As time goes on, we're going to become cosmonauts, which will be our next phase of our membership. But for now, that'll be a while. I'm happy just making this easy for most people to access. It'll always be like that. We might eventually do a deeper membership that's like $7 or something. Still not going to be an arm and a leg. But for now, I'm very happy to have you guys as members here. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Let's call it a day, folks. I got to go eat some food. It is very much lunchtime now. I've made myself some sloop, and I'm pretty excited about it. Thank you, Monica. Now, everybody ought to know, usually I try to do the second Thursday and the fourth Sunday of every month is when I try to do these cold readings. This month, I'm really excited. I got some festivals I'm going to go to next week. So I wasn't able to do it the end of this month. Next month, we should probably keep it going. We're going to have a Thursday, second Thursday, fourth Sunday, another cold reading. If I got to move dates around, I will. So that's why everybody pay attention to my channel. You'll always see at least 4 or so days ahead when I'm going to do another cold reading. So pay attention to the comments, and you should see them as they come along. We've also got more videos coming up. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for everybody who joined as a member. Give me an email if you're trying to join and it's not coming through. And I'll see you guys again. See ya, Tay. See ya, everybody. Enjoy your week. I'll see you guys next month at some point. Enjoy the videos coming out until then.